Chapter 1716, The Final Trials 5th Level. Chapter 1716, The Final Trials 5th Level. The law concepts on the divine seal altar were trickles that flowed beneath Lin Ming's feet. As he withstood this baptism of concepts, he climbed up to the 26th step. Although he wasn't fast at the start, he slowly caught up to everyone else. This was because at the front, most of the martial artists there had started to slow down due to the pressure of the divine seal altar. After all, there was no time limit in climbing up the divine seal altar. If one slowed down a bit, they could naturally restore a bit more of their strength. At the 28th step, the pressure was terrifying. But at this time there had yet to be a trial challenger that was eliminated. At the 29th step, the dreadful pressure gushed down like a raging waterfall. Not only was this pressure placed on the body, but it was also a pressure of energy and a pressure of the soul. Some trial challengers immediately felt their strength verging on collapse. Damn it! I can't even feel my hands and feet anymore, and I don't have much spirit essence left, but there are still several tens of thousands of feet until the next step. A red-clothed fatty from an Empyrean influence mumbled. He had already climbed 50,000 feet up the 29th step and his physical strength was reaching its limit. How come none of these people seem tired? Could I be the one with the weakest foundation here? The divine seal altar's 33 steps were a test of one's foundation. If one had a higher cultivation but was weak, they were destined to be eliminated here. The rough walls of the divine seal altar had already worn out the fingers of the fat red-clothed youth and had covered them with blisters. He felt his arms and legs become heavy, and was finding it increasingly difficult to continue. His entire body dripped sweat. Although he continued to try his best, his speed was still as slow as a turtle. Meanwhile, the top of the 29th step was nowhere in sight. Whoosh! At this time, a wild flow of energy rushed towards him. Without rhyme or reason, this flow of energy crashed into the red-clothed fatty. With a pitiful cry his body went falling down. To fall from a height of several tens of thousands of feet under the terrifying pressure of the divine seal altar, one would suffer horribly if they were to hit the ground. This spiritus fatty, at the final moment, fiercely bit down on his tongue to sober himself up. As the wind whistled in his ears he forcefully grit his teeth, stimulating his spirit essence and forming a barrier of spirit essence around his body. Peng! The fatty smashed into the stone ground of the divine seal altar. His spirit essence barrier shattered and he howled in pain. His spine had cracked and he was bleeding all over. For better or worse, he had managed to save his life. But it was no longer possible for him to climb up the divine seal altar. Thus, in the test from the 4th to the 5th level, at the 29th step, someone had finally been eliminated, and this was only the first elimination. More and more people were nearing their limits. Climbing up the divine seal altar was something that would take several days. The trial challengers that dared to climb its walls needed to have an endurance that far surpassed the norm. The endurance of the spiritus martial artists was limited. Like the red-clothed fatty, many of them exhausted their spirit essence and reached the edges of their persistence. In terms of endurance, the saints with their billowing blood vitality had a clear advantage. But they also had a disadvantage, and that was that their soul force was limited and they found it hard to withstand the pressure on their minds and souls. Soon, the weak ones were defeated because of their lack of soul force. By the 30th step, at least 20% of the trial challengers were unable to continue climbing. From the 30th step to the 31st, the difficulty increased by yet another level. But this was an extremely crucial step, because after climbing up to the 31st step, one would be extremely close to the entrance of the 5th level. As long as one climbed just a little bit more they would be able to enter the 5th level, and as long as they could enter the 5th level then their completion percentage would rise yet again. They could reach 65% or even 70%. No matter what influence one came from, a completion percentage of 70% was extremely shocking. In the future, this completion percentage would be a brilliant record and banner of their successes, one that hung over their road of martial artists. They would be given glory and assigned more resources, and this completion percentage would be highly beneficial to their future growth. Moreover, the rewards for obtaining a 70% completion rate were extremely rich, enough to arouse the envy of many people. By relying on these daydreams, many trial challengers pushed themselves to continue even if they had exhausted the last dregs of their strength. They forcefully overdrew their life, all in order to reach the 31st step. As soon as they reached the 31st step, they fell to the ground, not even having the strength to sit in meditation, let alone do something like climb up the even more terrifying 32nd step. As they were resting, they opened their eyes and saw that Soul Empress Shengmai had already mounted the 32nd step of the Divine Seal altar and was beginning to climb up the 33rd step. Even though she faced the horrifying pressure that fell from the 33rd step, she still ascended at a breakneck speed, her movements like passing clouds and flowing water. They knew that Shengmai's cultivation was more than a large boundary above their own. The pressure she had to face was over 10 times what they encountered. Even so, it seemed as if nothing could impede her ascent. How fierce! She truly is worthy of being called the Soul Empress. She can definitely reach the top. Reaching the top isn't much at all. Even if this stone altar had a 34th step or a 35th step, Shengmai would climb up all the same. Haven't you seen that the follower she brought with her will also reach the top soon? It wasn't just Shengmai, but Dragon's was also keeping pace with her. He too was climbing up the 33rd step, but it seemed his pace was a bit slower and he was finding it more difficult. From the 31st step to the 32nd step, many people had already decided to give up. But there were 3 or 4 trial challengers that rose to the challenge. Among these people were a black-clothed youth and a green-clothed girl that stood out. After Shengmai and Dragon's, they were the next fastest 2 people. This man and woman clearly knew each other. They bloomed out from the crowd of trial challengers as they almost reached the top of the 32nd step. Who are they? I don't know, I've never seen them before. The black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl were unknown characters, no one even knew their names. And it was also impossible to tell what influence they came from by looking at their clothes. These 2 people were drenched with sweat, but they still stubbornly continued climbing up the 32nd step. These 2 people are strange. On the walls of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming thought for a moment. Somehow, he felt that the aura around this man and woman was a bit familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen them before. Because there were too many people in the final trial, Lin Ming had never noticed these 2. Brother Lin, I don't think I can continue much longer. I fear I won't be able to climb up the 32nd step. A soft and lilting voice echoed out. Lin Ming turned to look at Fanny Fafa. Along the way, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had climbed up with Fanny Fafa, Suya, and the others. In addition, because their speed was slow, they were only in the lower middle of the trial challengers. While the first group had already climbed up the 32nd step, Lin Ming and the others were only 10,000 to 20,000 feet up the 31st step. Millimeter, even you climbed up the 31st step, that is enough to enter the 5th level. As Lin Ming spoke, he discovered that not too far away from Fanny Fafa, Suya was also dripping wet with sweat. Her cheeks were flushed red and it was clear she was reaching her limits. Feeling Lin Ming's gaze, Suya squeezed out a smile. Sir Lin, this is also my final step. If I try to climb up any more, then I fear I will overdraw my strength or even fall down. If that happens, it will affect my own strength and cause me to be restrained on the 5th level. Okay. Lin Ming nodded. Of his group, only he and Xiao Moxian wouldn't have a problem reaching the top. As for the others, it would be a bit too difficult for them to climb up the 32nd step. After Suya and Fanny Fafa, Thousand Slaughter and Mo Brightmoon also gave up. They loosened their grip on the stone walls and gently fell back down to the 31st step. As for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, they naturally mounted the 32nd step. After mounting the 32nd step, Lin Ming only saw several people here. It seemed that most trial challengers stopped at the 31st step. Lin Ming glanced over at the black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl that were meditating and restoring their energy. He hesitated for a moment and then asked them, "My name is Lin Ming, may I ask where you 2 are from?" The trial challengers of the final trial mostly didn't know each other. They were nothing but strangers whose roads crossed in this mystic realm. But as Lin Ming suddenly asked this question, it caused the 2 of them to be startled. They clearly recognized Lin Ming. Towards this chosen pride of heaven who passed through the Azura level gate of laws, they felt a deep sense of awe. This was the universal respect that one held towards powerhouses. The two people glanced at each other. The green-clothed girl was the first to speak, Moonpond. Soul Sky. The black-clothed youth said right after. Moonpond, Soul Sky. I've indeed never heard these names. Lin Ming nodded and faintly smiled. Well, at least they were acquainted now. Big brother Lin, are you interested in those two? Xiao Moxian asked with a little surprise. In her opinion, Lin Ming was someone who rarely took the initiative to greet strangers. They just give off a strangely familiar feeling. Lin Ming didn't explain further and began to climb up the 33rd step. Most of the trial challengers that mounted the 32nd step had to rest in meditation. Only Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian didn't need any rest. They climbed up the rough stone walls, their speed not slowing in the least, as if this massive pressure they faced didn't exist at all. This left everyone watching them secretly dumbfounded. No one doubted that Lin Ming would be able to reach the top, just like no one doubted Sheng Mai either. At the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, when Lin Ming ascended from the 32nd step to the 33rd step, he had to face the power of heavenly tribulation. But at this final trial's Divine Seal Altar, that didn't occur at all. Rather, there was only a more terrifying pressure as well as a deeper baptism of the laws of the 33 heavens. And as Lin Ming climbed up several hundred feet, Sheng Mai had already reached the top of the 33rd step. Seeing Sheng Mai reach the top, Lin Ming took a deep breath. Although he knew that her talent was extraordinary, she had reached the top extremely fast and also did so easily, as if it wasn't a problem at all. This left Lin Ming secretly shocked. This Sheng Mai was even more terrifying than Divine Dream. As Sheng Mai reached the top, the entire Divine Seal Altar began to shake. The space crack leading to the 5th level began to slowly close up. Ka. The space crack constantly closed in and squeezed out. According to this trend, all those below the 31st step of the Divine Seal Altar would be pushed away, while those at the 31st step and above would be able to smoothly enter the 5th level. Chapter 1717, Overlord. Chapter 1717, Overlord. Sheng Mai mounting the top of the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps was like a signal. Those trial challengers who failed to reach the 31st step could only stare on unwillingly as the space crack began to slowly close up, sealing them away in the 4th level. Currently, their position was only several tens of thousands of feet away from the space crack. Normally this distance would only take the blink of an eye to cross, but today it had become an unpassable moat. As the space crack began to close up, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian trudged on against the intense astral winds and dreadful pressure to climb up the 33rd step. After completing 2 nirvanas, it wasn't difficult for Xiao Moxian to climb up, and her speed was no slower than Lin Ming's. These two people are quite fearful, Dragon's Car breathlessly said from beside Sheng Mai. Although he had just managed to follow behind Sheng Mai, it was a strenuous task for him to climb up the 33rd step. If there wasn't an accident, then it would only be the 4 of them that reached the top of the 33 steps. That was Sheng Mai, Dragon's Car, Lin Ming, and Xiao Moxian. As for Moonpond and Soul Sky, their hopes dimmed with every second. The most they would be able to reach would be halfway up the 33rd step. Indeed, these two people might be a great boost to our efforts to pass the 5th level. Dragon's Car was startled upon hearing Sheng Mai. Soul Empress, are you planning to try rushing past the final trial's 5th level? Dragon's Car knew about the final trial's 5th trial. In fact, it could be called the limit of the final trial. Whether it was the Soul Empress or the Good Fortune Saint Sun, neither of them had been able to pass the 5th level in the past. And in fact, according to what Dragon's Car knew, for the last billion years no one had been able to pass the 5th level's trial. Until now, it was still a complete mystery as to what lay past the 5th level. That's my plan, but my hopes aren't too great. Even if I am unable to pass the 5th level, my completion percentage should be 85% or above. If there is even the slightest chance of me passing the 5th level, then my completion percentage will be 88% or even higher. Sheng Mai sucked in a deep breath. 88% was considerably close to 90%, but a completion of 90% was a leap upwards. The rewards from this completion percentage were unimaginable. As Sheng Mai and Dragon's Car spoke, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had already climbed past 25,000 feet and were only several thousand feet away. At this height they still hadn't slowed down. As for the others, they had already given up. At this time, the trial of the divine seal altar had more or less ended. Half an hour later, Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming smoothly ascended to the top. Standing at the top of the 33rd platform, Lin Ming directly faced Sheng Mai and Dragon's car. Standing in front of them, Lin Ming could clearly feel an icy cold aura wildly gushing out from Sheng Mai, as if she was the source of endless winter wind. This was an unrivaled woman, one that made all others feel inferior in their heart. Just by casually standing there, she was like a fairy of the highest heavens, ethereal and ephemeral. Lin Ming, right? Sheng Mai parted her deep red lips and asked Lin Ming. To many people, it was the greatest of glories to be remembered by Soul Empress Sheng Mai. This was because in her eyes, most people were as worthy as ants. I am Lin Ming. I greet Senior Soul Empress. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest and slightly bowed. Sheng Mai nodded. There is no need to be overly polite. Your achievements in the future will be limitless, and perhaps they might surpass my own. Sheng Mai's voice was light. Although these were words of praise for Lin Ming, they were actually extremely grating on Xiao Moxian's mind as she heard them. In her opinion, Sheng Mai was only someone that had passed the heaven step difficulty gate of laws. Although she had perfectly passed it with ease, she was far from being comparable to Lin Ming, who had passed the Azura level gate of laws. And yet, she actually said that Lin Ming's future achievements might surpass her own. If Sheng Mai had passed the Azura level difficulty too, then Xiao Moxian wouldn't have any opinion on this. After all, it was as it should be for a senior to speak encouraging and appreciative words to a junior. But hell, you only passed the heaven step difficulty, so what qualifications do you have to say all that crap? Xiao Moxian was originally a fearless character who dreaded neither the heavens nor the earth. Even in front of Soul Empress Sheng Mai, she felt no jitters at all. She raised her chin, curled her lips, and muttered, "My big brother Lin's future will naturally be limitless." Although she didn't say that Lin Ming would inevitably surpass Sheng Mai, her expression and pose indicated her intent. Regarding this, Sheng Mai only faintly smiled, not replying. But nearby, Dragon's car frowned and his gaze became much colder and gloomier. When Sheng Mai was speaking with others, then as a follower, Dragon's car naturally wouldn't say anything. But Xiao Moxian's words had left him far too disgruntled. He coldly coughed and said, "The finch doesn't know the beauty of the swan and the mole cricket doesn't know the passing of spring and fall. In life, it's best not to be so needlessly arrogant. The Empress's future achievements cannot be imagined by the likes of you. What you have seen so far of the Empress is only the tip of the iceberg. You think you have seen the Empress's limits? What a joke." Dragon's car sneered. He originally thought that Sheng Mai's praise of Lin Ming just now was far too exaggerated. Future achievements that surpassed her own? Wasn't that just polite praise to encourage a junior? Yet not only did Lin Ming not respond, but the girl next to him didn't even appreciate the kindness. One Xiao Moxian and one Lin Ming, both ungrateful. In the 33 heavens, no one dared to speak like this. Although Sheng Mai had only passed the heaven step gate of laws, one couldn't forget that Sheng Mai had only cultivated the 6th revolution of the grand reincarnation art. There was still the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions, and they were the most difficult and most terrifying to practice. Once Sheng Mai cultivated the 7th revolution, she could challenge the Azura level gate of laws. Once she completed the 8th revolution, she could likely pass it with ease. As for the 9th revolution, it was unimaginable what she would be like. Moreover, Dragon's car was faintly aware that even though Sheng Mai had been following divine sovereign soul rapture for all these years, the truth was that she was slowly brewing a plan that was unimaginably terrifying. Although Dragon's car didn't know what this plan was, what he could confirm was that if this plan succeeded, then Sheng Mai and divine sovereign soul rapture would reach inconceivable heights. It might even allow the spiriters to control all of the 33 heavens. Of course, this was one of the greatest secrets of the spiriters. Dragon's car naturally wouldn't reveal anything. In this situation, Xiao Moxian naively thought that Lin Ming's future achievements would surpass those of Sheng Mai. Dragon's car naturally couldn't help but snort in contempt. Xiao Moxian wasn't convinced. Just as she was about to continue arguing, Lin Ming pulled her back. And at this time, Sheng Mai also stopped Dragon's car. She icily said, "Dragon's car, do not be rude." Dragon's car immediately stopped. He respectfully said, "Yes, Empress." Towards Soul Empress Sheng Mai, Dragon's car was absolutely loyal. This was a respect and reverence that came from his heart. Sheng Mai nodded and said to Lin Ming, "At the 5th level I fear I might need your help." Lin Ming was surprised. With Sheng Mai's strength, she actually needed his help. Sheng Mai didn't explain in further detail. She said, "After a while you will understand what I am speaking of. Let us go first. This 5th level is very special." As Sheng Mai spoke, the space crack to the 5th level had completely closed and thoroughly separated them from the 4th level. The pressure upon the divine seal altar suddenly vanished and everyone felt their bodies lighten. They all let out a heavy sigh. Standing on the 33rd step of the divine seal altar, Lin Ming could see the entire space of the 5th level. The 5th level wasn't as vast and boundless as he had imagined. Compared to the 4th level, the 5th level was far smaller and would only have occupied a tiny corner. In fact, if Lin Ming focuses his sense into a straight line, he could make out the boundaries of this world. This was a broad wilderness. The earth was a desolate wasteland and clouds hung high in the skies, a deep crimson red that seemed as if it would drip blood at any moment. Within the air, a dreadful burning heat percolated about. Streams of flame seemed to flutter atop the ground. The rocks and gravel seemed to burn. A tyrannical and wild aura rushed towards them, making the mind shake. This level is. Feeling this burning hot wilderness, restlessness surged in Lin Ming's heart. It seemed that this was a truly terrifying level. Many of the other trial challengers on the Divine Seal altar were thinking the same thing. But due to the temptation of lucky chances, they were eager to leap down the Divine Seal altar and see what the 5th level was like. After all, many lucky chances were first come first serve, and they were willing to take this risk. You all would do best to not continue forwards. At this time, a cold voice passed into everyone's ears. They paused and looked back. The one who had been speaking was Sheng Mai. Sheng Mai's clothes floated about her as she descended from the Divine Seal altar like a fairy maiden exiled to the mortal world. In your current state, entering the 5th level will be far too perilous. There will only be dangers, no lucky chances. Rather, it could be said that the lucky chance in the 5th level can be obtained after defeating the Overlord of the 5th level. And, the Overlord's strength is extremely terrifying. No matter which one of you it is, if you encounter it alone then you will die without a doubt. Sheng Mai's words caused everyone to feel a chill crawl up their backs. No one dared to suspect her words. They all stood motionless. Rest here for 3 days and then we shall continue onwards together. The 5th level is extremely special and I do not have the confidence that I can pass it alone, thus I will require the cooperation and support of everyone here. As Sheng Mai spoke, everyone was shocked. Sheng Mai wanted their support? With Sheng Mai's strength, it would only take a single thought to kill any one of them here, but she actually said she wanted their support? What was so peculiar about the 5th level, that even Sheng Mai feared it so? And what use would they be? Without questioning, everyone began to rest and meditate. If this level could have Sheng Mai be so serious, just how dangerous was this level? Undoubtedly, a single mistake and they would lose their life. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian also sat down to rest. The further they progressed in the final trial, the more dangerous it would become. They wouldn't overestimate themselves either. Like this, 3 days slowly passed and everyone restored themselves to their top condition. And at this time, Sheng Mai stood up. She faintly said, "Let us go." Chapter 1718, Undying Inferno. Chapter 1718, Undying Inferno. With Sheng Mai's words, everyone stood up and fell down the Divine Seal altar, fully stepping into the 5th level. After the rounds of eliminations, with Lin Ming included, there were just around 20 people. The scorching hot sands rustled beneath their feet. A furious heaven and earth origin energy buffeted them, making them all feel something strange. Millimeter? My cultivation. The trial challengers were startled. As they examined their inner world, they discovered that some invisible laws were imprisoning their strength, causing them to grow weaker and weaker. Falling down from the World King realm, they stumbled into the half-step World King realm before descending into the peak Holy Lord realm, and rapidly into middle Holy Lord realm, before finally stopping at the early Holy Lord realm. My cultivation is only at the early Holy Lord realm? One of the martial artists was shocked. He was used to having a half-step World King cultivation, but now he had suddenly fallen to the early Holy Lord realm. This made him feel extremely insecure, like a mortal martial arts master having their martial arts ruined, becoming a completely average person. No matter what, they would always feel a bit strange in their heart. Me too. Everyone noticed that a similar situation was occurring to all of them. Whether they were World Kings, half-step World Kings, or peak Holy Lords, after stepping into the 5th level their cultivation was restricted to the early Holy Lord realm. Only Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were exceptions. To their amazement, they discovered that their cultivation didn't decrease. Rather, some strange laws fused into their inner world, causing their cultivation to dramatically rise, all the way into the early Holy Lord realm. So the 5th level of the final trial sets a standard for cultivation. Everyone's cultivation will become like this. Lin Ming suddenly realized. No wonder Shang Mai had said she would need to draw on their support in the 5th level. Her cultivation had also fallen to the early Holy Lord realm. In the final trial, no one could violate the absolute rules. What strange rules! The methods used to test us in this final trial are more curious than the last. Some martial artists sighed with emotion. From non-discriminatory trials, to the gate of laws that had a difficulty based on one's skeletal age to test talent, to the divine seal altar that was more difficult depending on one's cultivation in order to test one's foundation, and now to this 5th level that limited one's cultivation so that everyone's cultivation was the same. If so, then on this 5th level what was tested was one's attainments in cultivation methods and understanding of the laws. So that's how it is. What interesting rules. Although my cultivation dropped to the early Holy Lord realm, my comprehension of laws and skill in cultivation methods remain the same. I am far stronger than an ordinary Holy Lord realm martial artist. A trial challenger discovered. In the end, at the 5th level, the higher one's cultivation was, the longer they had cultivated, the more they would profit here. Someone that had cultivated for 1,000 years, comprehended laws for 1,000 years, and trained in a cultivation method for 1,000 years, would be completely different from someone who had only been alive for 100 years. Even if they were all at the early Holy Lord realm, the difference in combat strength would be enormous. In other words, the rules of the 5th level were highly advantageous to them. The ones with the disadvantages would be Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Their cultivations hadn't been at the Holy Lord realm to begin with. Now that they were forcefully lifted to the Holy Lord realm, their combat strength was likely ordinary. This Lin Ming, he might suffer a loss here. Yes, we must take advantage of this situation and obtain as much completion percentage as we can. We must try and reach at least 70%. Many martial artists discussed with sound transmissions. Someone asked, Soul Empress, is this 5th level really so difficult? Even with Soul Empress's strength, it is still impossible to pass. Sheng Mai didn't answer this question. Amongst the crowd, someone said, concerning the 5th level, I've heard something before. It seems that no one has passed this 5th level in the last billion years. This person's faint words caused a chill to crawl up everyone's spines. For the last billion years, no one had passed. That's right, this is why anything past the 5th level has always been an enigma. That's scary. Many people were left speechless. It seemed that they could only hope of earnestly following behind Sheng Mai and supporting her. Only then would there be some hopes of passing. Soul Empress, what is the overlord of the 5th level? Sheng Mai slowly led the way. Her voice was haunting as she said, the overlord of the 5th level, the undying inferno. In reality, it is an amalgamation of incomparably terrifying fire elementals. Although it resembles a phoenix in form, it is in no way a god beast. Because it doesn't possess a main body, it is nearly indestructible. Once we approach it, it will release incomparably blazing hot flames that can instantly scorch a peak Great World King to death. These flames will bake away flesh and skin, tempering the bones into tempered golden bones. And these tempered golden bones will become a puppet of the undying inferno. As Sheng Mai spoke, everyone was shocked. Without a main body, it simply couldn't be destroyed. And the flames that it released could instantly burn away a great world king, and those who dared to challenge it would be turned into puppet. If the cultivation of these people hadn't been suppressed, then a peak great world king wasn't too far off a dream. As for Sheng Mai, she could definitely instantly kill a great world king herself. But now, everyone's cultivation was limited to the early Holy Lord realm. When facing the undying inferno that could instantly kill a peak great world king, wanting to withstand its attack would be immediately dangerous. No one had the courage to do so. Even Sheng Mai would find it difficult. No wonder the Soul Empress said she needed our help. I fear that in the 5th level, it requires the cooperation of everyone here to pass. So far in the final trial, there had been solo fights as well as small squads working together. Now, in the 5th level, it was total cooperation between everyone left remaining. The last time I entered the 5th level of the final trial, it was this undying inferno that I was not able to defeat. As Sheng Mai spoke, everyone pricked up their ears. Facing such a terrifying undying inferno, if Sheng Mai requested their assistance, then that proved there was a small chance she could strike down that undying inferno and enter the 6th level. And according to her words, as long as the undying inferno was killed, then everyone could pass to the next level. This left many of them excited. In a team situation, even if it was Sheng Mai who would inevitably provide the main strength and obtain the highest completion percentage, they would still be able to drink a little of the soup. If they could enter the 6th level, that would truly be the greatest glory of their lives as well as the greatest capital they could use to consolidate their positions in their sects. After all, this was a legendary level that no one had managed to pass in the last billion years. If they could experience the fabled 6th level themselves, they could truly live without regret. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts began to heat up with wild thoughts. Even so, they peacefully and respectfully listened to Sheng Mai. After a moment of silence, Sheng Mai continued to say, "The undying inferno cannot be destroyed, that is true, but every time it attacks it will release the fire essence within its body. Once this fire essence is exhausted, it will turn into a phoenix egg and experience a nirvana in a bath of flames. And this will be our only chance to attack. Facing the undying inferno, I will lay down a battle array. All of you will assist me in the battle array. We will resist the impact of the undying inferno until it exhausts all of its fire essence and turns into a phoenix egg. Then, I will attack with everything I have. If I can succeed and pierce through the eggshell, then I will be able to kill the undying inferno. If I fail, then the undying inferno will undergo a nirvanic rebirth and reform into the shape of a phoenix. But at that time, it will not be a flame form, but an ice form. In other words, it will become the undying polar ice. At that point, we will have to give up." As Sheng Mai said this, everyone was amazed. There was such a strange monster. This monster was able to spew out its own fire essence in exchange for greater striking power, and once it exhausted its essence it could undergo a nirvanic rebirth to turn into an ice-form monster. I see. The Soul Empress focuses on the ice laws, so if she were to face the blazing flames of the undying inferno, her striking power would be extremely high. However, if she were to face the undying polar ice, then the Empress's striking power would be reduced instead. Thus, it is impossible to attack a second time. Many people understood Sheng Mai's plans. There would only be a single chance to strike. If they were defeated, they could only retreat, otherwise their lives would be in danger. As everyone was thinking this, the heat waves rushing towards them became increasingly strong. Suddenly, not too far away, the sandy soil erupted as golden skulls burst out. Skulls. Some trial challengers called out. These heads had no flesh and blood and their empty eye sockets burnt with a ghostly flame. They were creepy and macabre. "Those are the golden skeletons." Beside Sheng Mai, Dragon's bellowed out as he took out a heavy sword. "Catcher! Catcher!" The golden skeletons crawled out from the ground, rushing towards the group. Everyone definitely remembered what Sheng Mai had said before. Trial challengers that were killed by the undying inferno had their bodies scorched away and refined into golden skeletons that became its puppets. It was clear that these bones were the so-called golden skeletons. If they were to die in the 5th level, this would also be their fate. First, clear out these golden skeletons. These fellows have a terrifying defensive power and nearly limitless strength. They are equal to Middle Holy Lord Saint martial artists, but are deficient in cultivation methods and laws. Do not get close to them. As Dragonskar spoke, an icy aura gushed out from within Sheng Mai, covering the surrounding space. With Sheng Mai as the center, the entirety of space within 1,000 feet of her seemed to separate from the outside world. A cold and dark wind blew past, as if it emerged from the Nine-Nether abyss. On the originally scorching hot earth, a thick crust of frost suddenly appeared. Those golden skeletons seemed to freeze as their motions slowed, and even the soul fires burning in their eye sockets dimmed down, as if they were candles fading away in the wind. Domain. Lin Ming could see that what Sheng Mai used just now was an extremely high-ranking domain. This domain not only greatly weakened the threat of the golden skeletons, but most important of all, it formed an independent space that didn't leak out any energies that Lin Ming and the others used. Like this, they wouldn't alarm the undying inferno. Otherwise, if the undying inferno were to rush over here, the situation would become much worse. These golden skeletons have too great a defensive power to crush. Extinguish the soul fires in their eyes to kill them. Sheng Mai faintly said. These golden skeletons were only the opening appetizer of the 5th level. Compared to the undying inferno, they were far too weak. Chapter 1719, Reaping Souls. Chapter 1719, Reaping Souls. Attack. Someone shouted. Those that were able to arrive on the 5th level were outstanding elites amongst outstanding elites. They were all proud children of heaven of their respective races and were able to accurately gauge the combat situation. Now that the golden skeletons were weakened by the freezing ice domain released by Sheng Mai, this was undoubtedly the best chance to destroy them all. A purple-clothed Spiritus youth attacked first. In an instant, countless white lights drilled out from his flesh, like endless strands of silk that tore through space. These threads emitted brilliant waves of white light as they whistled through the air, passing over everyone's heads with staggering momentum. Some of these white lights crashed onto the metal-hard bodies of the golden skeletons. There was a loud grating sound like metal striking on metal as the golden skeletons weren't wounded at all. This amazing defensive power proved Sheng Mai's words. But there were still some white lights that crashed into the eye sockets of these golden skeletons. As long as the white lights fell into the eye sockets of the golden skeletons, the ghostly flames within crackled as they were slowly extinguished. Several golden skeletons that had just risen froze where they were. Without the support of soul force, their bodies began to collapse, like brick and stone buildings caving in. In the crowd, Dragonskar's aura erupted. Snow-white scales appeared on his body as a billowing origin energy surged through the world, astonishing all. He wildly dashed around, his body so fast that blazing white flames were produced from the friction between him and the air. Horrifying shock waves reverberated around him as he leapt 100 feet into the air and came diving back down. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash within his arms as he forcefully shattered the eye sockets of one of the golden skeletons. There was also a proud son of heaven from the saint race. By relying on his amazing bodily talent, he punched at one of the golden skeletons. Originally, this punch was able to shatter mountains and rivers, but as it struck the golden skeleton he only managed to sink it into the earth, and even his fist had torn apart. As the golden skeleton began crawling up from the ground once more, the saint youth genius finally learned his lesson. He began to strike at the quiet, ghostly fires in the skeleton's eye sockets. This battle unfolded like a clash royal. Everyone fought with heated spirit. Ha 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 ha. Feels great. These golden skeletons are too weak. It only takes one step to kill 10. At this time, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian also attacked. Lin Ming shot out spear lights with his fingertips, easily extinguishing the soul fires in the golden skeleton's eye sockets. As for Xiao Moxian, she released a mass of black flames that were as thin as willows. Although these flames seemed small, When they touched a golden skeleton, they rapidly inflated as if they would grow to destroy the world. As long as they covered a golden skeleton, the soul fires in their eyes would rapidly be destroyed. Although these golden skeletons had a formidable combat strength comparable to a middle Holy Lord Saint martial artist, their weaknesses were too obvious. They were easily focused down by others. As Shung Mai slowly moved forwards, all of the golden skeletons that crawled out from the sandy earth were quickly cut down by the numerous proud children of heaven, not able to create any trouble for the group. Suddenly, the sandy world before them disappeared. Thick twisting beams of fires flowed about like a den of pythons, exuding a spectacular heat that gushed out in all directions. Within this endless sea of flames was a giant mass of phantasmal flames that surged with a strange strength, floating up and down like a lonely island. But even more than that, it resembled a fire phoenix. This bizarre mass of flames had dazzling wings and a great body formed from pure fire essence. It was over 1,000 feet tall, enough to block out the skies. The space behind it was completely burnt down by the hot flames, exposing nothing but an endless abyss of darkness. From time to time, small sparks of fire would shoot out from its body, and large holes would be burnt in space by these small sparks, like someone touching a piece of cloth with a burning torch. Although the group hadn't yet approached, they could feel an astonishing pressure exuding from that fire phoenix's flame-formed body. It was a pressure deep enough to cause their souls to shiver, as if they could be grinded into the ground at any time by the pressure alone. Strange fire runes seethed around the fire phoenix's entire body, like layers of flattering stars. As the runes flickered, they released a dreadful conflagration of flames that turned into thick fire tornadoes on the ground. The fire tornadoes tore through the earth, burning and combusting until they left behind deep rivers of fire. Space storms howled from the tiers in space, wildly spinning around. Even the freezing ice domain that Soul Empress Shung Mai released began to evaporate due to the unimaginable power of fire. Who? Within the sea of flames, tiny red bubbles of fire popped out, revealing golden skeletons that came crawling out. The soul fires that burned within their eyes were far more powerful than those of the golden skeletons that Lin Ming had encountered before. Red light shot out from them, making the heart race. The color was also far deeper than that of ordinary golden skeletons, and the aura they released was far more dreadful. Lin Ming scanned his eyes around. There were around 400 to 500 golden skeletons that had appeared so far, and more were slowly crawling out from the sea of flames. Undying inferno. Someone gasped, panic-stricken as they stared at the fire phoenix composed of pure flames within the sea of fire. As if it were aroused by this cry, the undying inferno that was resting with the roiling flames suddenly opened its eyes. It was like a sun exploding, a supernova. Bang! Two terrifying masses of fire shot out, seeming as if they could penetrate through the world as they hurtled towards the person that had shouted just then. These flames were incredibly quick. They directly pierced through Shung Mai's freezing ice domain and rushed towards that person. Shung Mai's eyebrows pressed together. The attack speed of the undying inferno was far too fast, not giving her enough time to save him. Moreover, she hadn't laid down the battle array yet, so she couldn't rescue him if she wanted to. With a light crackling sound, the person's flesh and blood began to boil and burn, their entire body being scorched away. With a miserable scream, even the earth beneath their feet began to melt into a metallic magma due to the extreme heat. Rah! Suddenly, a golden skeleton rushed out from the husk of the dead martial artist. Its body crackled and it raised its fiery fists as it rushed towards the group. Then, a person's figure flashed. It was Dragonskar. He grasped his heavy sword and rushed out. His heavy sword weighed as much as a mountain, and in 2 strikes, the golden skeleton's soul fires that burned in its eyes were extinguished. Seeing this flaming golden skeleton on the ground, some people sucked in a cold breath, unable to restrain a feeling of grief in their hearts. Just a moment ago, this person had fought by their side. He seemed to have been a genius of some ancient clan. If one was killed by the flames of the undying inferno, they would turn into a golden skeleton. Although Soul Empress Shung Mai had already informed them of this, with the bloody truth placed in front of them, it still left them terrified. Within her freezing ice domain, a rare earnest expression appeared on Shung Mai's face. The ribbon that wrapped around her body began to shimmer with giant runes. Every time these runes shimmered, they would release an indescribably profound aura of ice laws. The aura of these ice laws rippled out, spreading through the void for 10,000 feet. Some of these ripples even neared the range of the undying inferno. The freezing cold air directly collided with the strange flames, releasing horrifying energy fluctuations that detonated again and again. Sheng Mai's entire body released a peculiar icy aura as her delicate hands repeatedly moved in the air. Unbelievably beautiful wisps of essence energy scattered out all over, floating down like snowflakes. Then, twining together with the power of laws released by the strange ribbon, countless seals appeared as Sheng Mai formed an exquisite array formation with her as the center. Within this array formation, everyone, including Lin Ming, felt the power of ice begin to condense around their bodies, forming a type of armor. Although the armor had the power of mystic cold within it, its defensive capabilities were extremely high. Those people that were feeling suffocated from the burning heat just now suddenly returned to their normal states. This is the extreme cold battle array that I've laid down. Within this array formation, the might of the undying inferno's flames will be greatly weakened. Everyone follow my lead and do not leave this battle array. Sheng Mai's voice was deep and awe-inspiring, ringing out in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill crawl up their backs. None of them dared to neglect her orders. They had already learned from the mistake of that youth who had been scorched into a golden skeleton. The fire phoenix-shaped undying inferno felt the freezing cold energy in the air and seemed to be stimulated by it. Overwhelming flames filled the skies as the undying inferno flew in circles. All of space for 1,000,000 miles turned into a sea of flames, limitless and boundless. On the ground, massive mountain ranges began to crack apart and disintegrate. Tongues of flame fell down from the void, transforming everything into molten lava flows. The world was filled with fire and death, as if it were the eve of the apocalypse. You dare to anger me, all of you will die. The undying inferno raised its head, a contemptuous look in its eyes. Its voice crashed into everyone's minds like a peal of thunder. Then, the undying inferno unfurled its wings. From space, a blaze of crimson flames appeared and came crashing down, like a rain of tiny meteors. A violent storm appeared, racing towards the area where Lin Ming was. At the same time, more and more golden skeletons shot out from the sea of flames, all of them rushing towards Lin Ming and the others. However, even though they were extremely fast, as soon as they entered the extreme cold battle array their movements slowed down as if they were mired in a swamp, becoming extremely slow. Even so, these golden skeletons were far stronger than the previous ones. Wanting to kill them wasn't easy at all. Moreover, there was also the threat of the undying inferno. The fiery meteors it released were crashing down from the skies. Although these meteors were wrapped in layers of ice laws and slowed down when they entered the extreme cold battle array, if everyone was forced to deal with these then they would be far too overstretched. For a time, the trial challengers were caught in a brutal struggle. The battle with the golden skeletons also entered a stalemate. Minus the youth that had just died, no one had yet been injured. But if this battle were to continue, they would inevitably suffer losses. Moreover, the undying inferno had yet to truly attack. As for them, they were constantly wasting a tremendous amount of energy in battle with the golden skeletons. If this were to continue, then things would rapidly become more and more dangerous. If they couldn't withstand this siege of golden skeletons until the undying inferno turned into a phoenix egg, then they would fail. There was even a chance that all of them would be exterminated. In this situation, Sheng Mai still hadn't moved. She focused all of her attention on maintaining the extreme cold battle array as well as guarding against the undying inferno's fatal strike. Damn it, these fellows are just endless. Just how many are there? Can we ever finish killing them all? Many trial challengers were in a critical situation. The previous levity and happy atmosphere as they cut down the first golden skeletons had disappeared, replaced by a deep seriousness and even a trace of fear and dread. And as everyone had fallen into a brutal melee, some people discovered that Lin Ming had separated from the group and had flown ahead with the black-haired girl. They almost neared the edge of the extreme cold battle array as they floated in the air. Pitch-black mystical runes shot out from Lin Ming's palm. What is he planning on doing? Someone asked, startled. But at this time, they couldn't care about Lin Ming. What was important was saving their own lives. Suddenly, a black light flashed out from Lin Ming's fingertips, carrying with it the aura of the myriad demon karmic wheel. This light shot into the air and rapidly expanded into a giant vortex. From within this vortex, all sorts of sad screams and wails spread out. Faintly, one could even see the outlines and shadows of countless demons and ghosts, hideous and horrifying. When this vortex appeared, even those near it felt as if their souls would be sucked in. As this vortex grew larger and larger, the golden skeletons that slowly moved within the extreme cold battle array began to stir, becoming restless. They all looked up into the air, their ghostly red fire eyes looking at the air in puzzlement. Bang! The giant vortex suddenly descended, wrapping all of the hundreds of golden skeletons within. Then, a golden skeleton roared out loud as the strange fires in its eyes flew out and began to stream towards the black vortex. The myriad demon karmic wheel excelled in suppressing ghosts, spirits, demons, and souls of dead martial artists. Facing these golden skeletons, summoning the myriad demon karmic wheel to extinguish the soul fires in their eyes was the best possible method. As for the terrifying defensive power of the golden skeletons, that was all useless before the myriad demon karmic wheel. For a time, the burning flames within the golden skeleton's eyes were swept up like candles in a raging storm, crazily inhaled by the black vortex. Hoo hoo hoo. As the soul fires within these golden skeletons' eyes were extinguished, their bodies fell down like waste wood, shattering as they struck the ground. In an instant, a massive tract of golden skeletons had fallen down, as if they were nothing but stalks of wheat being reaped. Seeing this scene, many people felt a cold sweat drip down their back. This Lin Ming, just what sort of abnormal cultivation method did he use to kill them? This was just too fast. A little bit of suction and they all died. Just what is that black wheel? How horrifying. Let alone that wheel destroying those golden skeletons, I even felt as if my soul would be sucked in, a spiritus martial artist said with trepidation. As a spiritus, he was highly sensitive to things of the soul. The trial challengers present originally believed that Lin Ming's cultivation time was limited and he was far too young, so in terms of laws and cultivation methods he would be at a disadvantage. But they never imagined that this single move Lin Ming displayed would leave them all in the dust. This difference wasn't minor at all. As they all remembered their thoughts that they would be able to obtain a tiny advantage due to their age, they realized they had been far too naive. Because of Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel suddenly reducing the pressure on everyone, they were all able to conserve more of their energy. From a distance, Sheng Mai looked at Lin Ming, a strange light shining in her eyes. Indeed, Lin Ming had not disappointed her. Like this, she could save more of her strength so that she would be able to pour more power into piercing through the phoenix egg that the undying inferno would leave behind. Chapter 1720, Wrath of the Phoenix. Chapter 1720, Wrath of the Phoenix. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Meteors howled in the sky. On the ground, more and more golden skeletons began to crawl out and attack from above and below. However, Sheng Mai stood guard in the center of her extreme cold battle array, her complexion unwavering. Her hands continued moving in the air as if she were drawing numerous countless invisible lines that melded with the ice law runes she laid down. As the flaming meteors fell, it was like they crashed into a surging sea, immediately weakening. With their frozen ice armor, several saint geniuses dared to use their physical bodies to resist the golden skeletons wreathed in flames. After some unknown period of time, those within the extreme cold battle array finally survived the waves of attacks. If this continues, then the undying inferno's strength will be slowly worn down. Several trial challengers crushed apart a meteor and let out a long breath of relief. Everyone else also seemed to relax a little. According to what Sheng Mai had told them, their task here was to survive the attacks of the undying inferno. As long as the undying inferno turned into a phoenix egg, then it would be time for Sheng Mai to take the stage. Towards Sheng Mai, the present trial challengers had a near-blind trust in her. Her cultivation seemed to be at the Empyrean realm and her laws and cultivation methods were unfathomably profound. Even though her cultivation had been suppressed to the Holy Lord realm, she was still an extremely terrifying character that no one needed to worry about. However, Lin Ming's complexion remained as dignified as before. This land was the space of the final trial that the Azura Roadmaster created himself. The Azura laws were densely proliferated through every inch of the land. Through the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, he was able to feel that the strength of the undying inferno was weakening at a slow rate. Unlike everyone else here, he realized the true state of the undying inferno. Suddenly, strange fluctuations emitted from the space around the undying inferno. Ants, you have truly aroused my ire. All of you, die. The undying inferno seemed to transpire and change. The flames roiled about, slowly condensing into a person's angered face. It was clear that the mere fact that a group of ants was able to last for so long was already the gravest of insults to the supreme existence of the fifth level. Waves of strange law fluctuations spread out from the undying inferno, spreading through the ground. Like a giant invisible palm smashing the ground, the earth began to shake. The ground started to be sundered open. Large tracts of rocks were sucked out and turned into strands of flowing lava. Faint traces of Earth origin energy were extracted and sucked out. At the same time, the immense mystic energy within the golden skeletons was sucked out. Silken strands of golden liquid shot forth from their bodies, melding into the undying inferno. From between the heavens and the earth, all sorts of energies were being swallowed up by it. In a brief moment, the originally weakened undying inferno suddenly erupted with a heaven-shaking aura, even seeming stronger than before. Its body swelled out, its massive wings seemed like flaming mountain ranges. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, mountain-thick beams of flame shot out from the undying inferno's body towards Lin Ming and the others. Everyone had just managed to catch their breath. Now that they saw these massive columns of flame hurtling towards them, so large that they blocked out their field of vision, all of them were left panic-stricken. Such a fierce aura, how can we win? The aura that the undying inferno erupted with couldn't match that of an Empyrean, but it wasn't too far away. This terrifying flux of energy caused the martial artists present to shiver, a deep despair and hopelessness rising up in their hearts. This was the true might of the heavens and earth. It simply wasn't something that mortals could prevent. The first to bear the brunt of this strike was the glass-thin barrier of the extreme cold battle array. The seemingly formidable extreme cold battle array was struck by raging columns of fire. Millions upon millions of runes were destroyed and the ice law runes rapidly dimmed as they emitted harsh creaking sounds. The countless threads of power formed from mysterious ice laws became like glass. Beneath the blazing heat, they began to melt and crack apart. At the same time, the countless columns of fire weren't slowed by too much. With a loud explosive sound, one of the trial challengers who couldn't dodge in time was directly struck by one. In the midst of the conflagration, the person was immediately turned into a golden skeleton that came crawling out. Then, this golden skeleton was also chopped down by those nearby. In the center of the battle array, Sheng Mai deeply frowned. An even stronger mystic strength burst out from her body. The air around wildly whistled. On her body, the strange ribbon that wrapped around her began to flutter upwards. This mysterious ribbon contained the source strength of the ice laws. As it suddenly rose up into the air, it seemed as powerful and mighty as a raging river. Waves of mystic ice runes exuded out from it, disintegrating into the air and forming a freezing chill that rapidly wound about the entire extreme cold battle array. The extreme cold battle array that was on the verge of collapse began to reform. The runes scattered in the air began to shine with a luminescent light once more. Within the extreme cold battle array, the trial challengers were hurriedly trying to dodge the columns of flame that came crashing down from above. Suddenly, they felt an immense power of ice latch onto their bodies, making their ice armor even more potent. Bang! Another mountain-thick column of flame came crashing down. This time, thanks to the strengthened extreme cold ice array, the ice laws began to rise up once more. Ice and fire originally repelled each other. Now that the ice laws were strengthened, the columns of flame that came falling down slowed by a precipitous amount and they were also weakened. Lin Ming keenly realized that the threatening and imposing undying inferno seemed to have weakened its life essence energy to send down those mountain-thick columns of flames. The undying inferno was being perpetually weakened. Its origin was the power of fire. Sheng Mai's power of ice was absolutely able to use up its life source. The massive amount of world essence energy it swallowed just now was indeed extremely powerful, but the truth was that it was only manipulating this strength to attack others. And, in order to control this nearly limitless world power, it needed to consume a great deal of its source strength. After realizing this, Lin Ming's thoughts perked up. This was the true critical moment. As long as they could endure past this period, then they could use up all of the undying inferno's strength and force it into a phoenix egg where it would begin its nirvanic rebirth. At that time, Sheng Mai would be able to launch her own attack. As Lin Ming was thinking this, Sheng Mai suddenly spoke. She clearly said, "Everyone join together and smash apart the columns of fire in the array. The undying inferno is in a weakening state. To destroy these columns of fire is the same as ripping off its wings." Even in the midst of the crazy explosions occurring all around, this clear voice spread into everyone's ears. Lin Ming was startled. Sheng Mai's cultivation had fallen to the early Holy Lord realm, but her mentality and sensations were still extraordinary. In such a state, her perception of the situation was still able to match him while he was using the Azura heavenly Tao laws. As everyone listened to Sheng Mai's words, they seemed to shake themselves out of a stupor. Dragon's Car took the initiative to rush out. He leapt straight up into the air. He couldn't wait to attack. He was afraid that if this continued much longer, then something would happen to Sheng Mai. It had to be known that even though Sheng Mai hadn't yet attacked, she was the absolute main force out of everyone here and the center of the battle array. Whether it was resisting the golden skeletons or weakening those mountain-like flame columns, everything she did used up a great deal of her strength. This extreme cold battle array was the core of their combat strategy. Without Sheng Mai, they might have all been killed off by the undying inferno already. The only thought in Dragonscar's mind was to quickly cut down these flame columns and lighten the burden on Sheng Mai's shoulders. He definitely wasn't stupid enough to go outside and resist these columns of fire. Compared to the powerful undying inferno, he was far too small and weak. He spotted one of the fire columns. It had been greatly weakened by the extreme cold battle array and was falling at a much slower pace. Dragon's Car attacked. As soon as he attacked, it was like 10,000 thunderbolts striking out at once. A wild and tyrannical energy surged out like a tsunami, recklessly shooting towards the flame column, but that flame column was even more terrifying. No matter how wild Dragonscar's attack was, it still continued to impact the extreme cold battle array. All around it, Ice Law runes began to shatter and melt. Everyone joined together. "Focus your attacks." Dragonscar shouted out loud. No one dared to tarry. They all put forth their greatest strengths. Several of them joined together to attack a flame column, slowly dissipating it. Dragonscar fought in the sea of fire and was brushed by the flames several times. Even though his skin and muscles were burnt through, he still grit his teeth and furiously fought. And amidst these people, Lin Ming didn't join forces with anyone. With his strength alone, he was able to resist a flame column. The Phoenix Blood Spear shot through space like a rainbow, tearing apart a 1,000-foot-long space channel. At this time, just by raising his hand, his body contained the strength of several dragons. Now with a strange strength fused within him, forcefully increasing his cultivation to the early Holy Lord realm, his inner true essence had also increased. A dreadful strength, in addition to his howling true essence, came crashing together like overlapping waves. With such tremendous strength, the air resistance from waving his spear became terrifying to the extreme. Underneath the strength of his spear, the air compressed into walls as hard as iron that pounded into the flame column. Parker. A gap was cracked open in the flame column. Afterwards, Lin Ming struck out with his spear several more times, expanding the opening again and again until it became a deep ravine that couldn't be restored. Bang! With a loud explosion, the core runes of the entire flame column began to shatter, causing the whole structure to collapse. After bringing down this flame column with unstoppable momentum, Lin Ming didn't stop moving. He immediately leapt towards another flame column and proceeded to hack it down. Although the battlefield was chaotic, many people still witnessed Lin Ming's dreadful strength. Too fierce. This Lin Ming, he's nothing but a monstrous genius. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even Sheng Mai, who was devoting her concentration to controlling the extreme cold battle array, had a flash of astonishment appear in her eyes. Her thoughts towards Lin Ming's strength changed once more. Under the joint efforts of the trial challengers, there were less and less of the flame columns that the undying inferno sent hurtling down. With so many people bravely battling, this caused the pressure on Sheng Mai to quickly reduce for some time. But at this moment, the undying inferno in the skies roared, emitting an enraged shriek. Its massive form began to shrink. From a mountain range to a mountain to a hill, it finally shrank to 30 feet in size. However, the power of fire gathered on its body had also condensed, becoming pure and potent to the extreme. Its entire body seemed to be covered with a blood-red halo. All around it, light distorted and space melted away. This power of fire had reached a terrifying extreme. Chapter 1721, Victory or Defeat. Chapter 1721, Victory or Defeat. Sheng Mai's complexion changed. She immediately thought of a possibility. In an instant, the undying inferno sparkled with dazzling flames as it immediately arrived in front of the extreme cold battle array like a bolt of lightning. This was true refined source strength of the undying inferno. It was enough to crush a planet. Everyone was inexorably horrified. The undying inferno had arrived too fast, so fast that none of them were able to react. Boundless burning power of fire combined with a tyrannical and overwhelming power. The extreme cold battle array began to tremble once more. Some of the shattered runes fell away, allowing the majestic firepower to enter. Wherever the power of fire went, it would turn everything into liquid flame sludge. One after another, the runes of the extreme cold battle array began to break apart. Everyone felt their hearts sink into despair. This empowered extreme cold battle array wasn't able to resist the core mystic strength of the undying inferno, let alone their mortal bodies. At this time, Sheng Mai's pupils began to swirl, becoming deep and dark like fathomless pools. A 6-petal snowflower design began to appear within her eyes as a cold light emitted from them. This was her vital soul force. As her soul force shot out into the extreme cold battle array, the shattered runes and soon-to-break extreme cold battle array were immediately revitalized, once more shining with a dazzling light. Each rune glowed with an icy white atmosphere. Spirit power burst out, blinding the eyes. Even the power of fire in the air froze and was forcefully extinguished. Bang! The luminescent extreme cold battle array collided with the undying inferno's life essence. Each strike of the undying inferno was able to shatter a planet. But no matter how much it tried, all of its attacks were blocked by Sheng Mai's vital soul force-empowered extreme cold battle array. Every collision would cause numerous runes to dim down and fade away. But with Sheng Mai's support, more and more runes were born, rapidly glistening in the air. An intense energy storm swelled forth in all directions, tearing apart space and ripping open the earth, destroying all things in its path. It was truly terrifying. Flame swept up in tornadoes. More and more ice runes were destroyed. Under this dreadful assault, Sheng Mai began to drip crystalline beads of sweat. At this time, her concentration was utterly focused. The 6-petal snowflower design in her pupils had turned icy blue in color. These pupils were similar to Dragon Fang's 3 Lives pupils. They were different methods that brought out equally wonderful results. By using a secret technique, the shape of her pupils changed, allowing Sheng Mai to erupt with an even greater strength. Seeing Sheng Mai in such a state, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest. This undying inferno had surpassed his imagination. Sheng Mai was using up far too much strength. Even if they persisted until the undying inferno became an egg, the following attack would still have to rely on Sheng Mai. After all, against a fire phoenix egg, only attacking it with the power of ice could result in the greatest lethality. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation methods were biased towards thunder and fire. Using fire to attack a fire phoenix egg was an exercise in futility. Dragonskar also saw beads of sweat drip down Soul Empress Sheng Mai's face. He gripped his fists, unable to stop his heart from racing with anxiousness. The fire phoenix hasn't died yet. How could it be so tenacious? Dragonskar howled in his heart. And at this time, through the Azura heavenly Tao laws, Lin Ming could feel the strength of the undying inferno rapidly weakening. Millimeter. The undying inferno is dying. A happy expression crossed Lin Ming's face. If this continued, then the undying inferno wouldn't be able to attack more than 5 times. Soon, the other people also discovered that the impact strength behind the undying inferno strikes was weakening. The fire phoenix's flame body started to become increasingly dim in the air. The flames around its body shrank to dim strands that fluttered about. However, it was still as wild and crazy as before, attacking the extreme cold battle array until it died. Finally, as the undying inferno attacked the great vaulted barrier of the extreme cold battle array once more, the flame energy within its body was actually frozen by the extreme cold battle array, causing it to rapidly fade. Yes. This undying inferno will be extinguished soon, haha. A breathless youth said, wild with joy as he saw the flames around the undying inferno beginning to extinguish. But at this time, as the central force of the battlefield, Sheng Mai had yet to speak a single word. Even uttering a single syllable could release the energy within her, causing her strength to collapse. Then, from the area where the undying inferno had just been extinguished, strange changes began to slowly occur in the midst of the dim flames. Within the glow of flames, strange and mysterious lines of the great Tao began to appear. Who. Terrifying waves of energy swept out. The earth shook once more. Alarming cracks spread through the ground like an endless spiderweb, and from these cracks, blazing flames shot up, soaring to the heaven. These flames howled in the air, all of them rushing towards the area where the undying inferno had been extinguished. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Horrifying flame explosions rang through the air, reverberating through space like a supernova was occurring right before their eyes. A terrifying heat swept over them. Even a planet would be instantly turned to be molten lava by this degree of burning heat. The extreme cold battle array fiercely shook. Millions of runes extinguished as they tried to withstand this dreadful firestorm. And at this time, in the center of the flames, all of the fire energy became increasingly dense. It was gathering into a massive egg the size of a mountain. Thump, thump, thump. Loud heartbeats rang out from the thick egg shell, like the steady beat of a great drum, showing off the exuberant life force within. And this beating sound seemed to pass into the hearts of everyone present, making it feel as if their very beings were sympathetically resonating with it. There was an unspeakable discomfort that percolated within their chests. The undying inferno was being reborn in a bath of flames. At this moment, Sheng Mai's fingers began rapidly twisting as she shot out numerous ice law runes. The strange ribbon that wrapped around her floated in front of her, glowing with an icy cold light. This ribbon was the lucky chance that Sheng Mai had obtained on the 4th level. Although it wasn't an offensive magic tool, it could actually enhance Sheng Mai's power of ice. At this time, Sheng Mai's jade-smooth complexion dripped with little beads of crystalline sweat, revealing a faint trace of stubbornness. Victory or defeat, everything would be decided in one strike. Ka. Strange explosive sounds crackled all around Sheng Mai. The sea of fire vanished, replaced by limitless freezing ice. This everlasting ice even froze the void and shattered it to pieces. And from the cracks of the frozen void, an ancient glacier began to flow out. A resonant and mournful ice phoenix cry spread out from within Sheng Mai's body. Then, an ice phoenix emerged from her inner world. This was not a phoenix phantom but a true god beast. It was Sheng Mai's mount, a royal ice phoenix. Before, regardless of what attack she had to face from the undying inferno, Sheng Mai had not summoned her ice phoenix. This was because she needed the ice phoenix to conserve its strength, all to aid her in this final strike. Royal ice phoenix. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Sheng Mai was actually able to possess an ice phoenix of royal lineage as her contract beast. However, beneath the peculiar Azura heavenly Tao laws, even Sheng Mai's ice phoenix had its cultivation suppressed to the early Holy Lord Rel. The ice phoenix cried out. A dreadful icy wind howled about it. It dove into the ancient glacier, fusing together with it. Then, the massive glacier suddenly rose into the air. The enormous glacier began to fall like a river of white stars, crashing into the mountain-sized egg. Everyone watched with bated breath. Even after experiencing dozens of attacks from the undying inferno and having consumed a great deal of her strength, Sheng Mai was still able to use her ice phoenix as support and display such a terrifying striking power. Where the titanic glacier went, space froze and cracked open like glass. With an overbearing momentum, it crashed into the giant egg. Ka. A sound of shattering ice spread out with enough power behind it to freeze the souls of powerhouses. Waves of mystic ice law runes gushed out onto the fiery giant egg, covering it with a thick layer of frost. With the extreme cold ever-frozen glacier to attack the fiery giant egg, all of that horrifying cold energy reckless seeped into the egg, wildly attacking it. In that moment, a crack appeared in the surface of the giant egg. As this crack appeared, it began to widen a little bit at a time. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widening. Had they succeeded? The great egg shell began to slowly split apart. A cold air fell down to the earth, as if it came from the highest frozen mountains. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched as the massive egg was frozen by the freezing glacier, becoming a giant block of ice. Above this block of ice, tiny cracks appeared and one could see faint traces of the great Tao fire laws swirling about. Then, the heartbeat of the great egg also began to slowly die down. Everyone kept their eyes locked onto the great egg, watching for any changes. They had no idea just what the result was. After a moment of silence, the surface of the great egg released a crackling sound as a pillar of flame shot up into the skies, breaking through the cage of freezing ice and shooting into the horizon. Everyone was on edge, their minds alert. This was a critical stage. They all thought that the undying inferno might rush out at any moment. However, just an instant later, the entire great egg shattered, turning into a mass of flame that fused underground. They did it. No one was able to determine just what happened. Even Sheng Mai pressed her eyebrows together in thought. She had already swallowed down a transcendent divine pill, rapidly restoring her origin energy even as she kept watching against any sudden changes and dangers. Lin Ming spread out his sense, trying to use the Azura laws to investigate the situation of the undying inferno. For a time, there was only absolute silence. The sea of fire receded and the flowing lava solidified. The violent fire origin energy that flooded the world began to rapidly dissipate. We really did it. Seeing the dark wasteland that was immersed in the sea of fire begin to reveal itself once more, many martial artists relaxed, joy starting to appear on their faces. Yes. Dragon's Car vigorously gripped his fists together, overjoyed from the depths of his heart. These changes rapidly continued until they swept through the entire 5th level. The sea of fire had really vanished, disappearing until there was nothing left. Can we really enter the 6th level? That's right, haha, even if I cannot pass the 6th level no matter what, I am more than satisfied with taking a look at it. Indeed. We will leave behind a legend that hasn't appeared for 1 billion years. As many trial challengers were excitedly speaking, they all looked at Sheng Mai. Without a doubt, Sheng Mai was the pillar of their group. But at this time, Sheng Mai's complexion was still dignified. She hadn't relaxed at all. Sheng Mai's expression caused Dragonscar's mind to chill. Empress, what is it? Sheng Mai frowned. She gloomily said, haven't you discovered that since the sea of fire receded, the temperature has already become lower than normal? In fact, it is dropping even more. What? Hearing Sheng Mai's words, everyone was panic-stricken. Indeed, as she had said, without them knowing the temperature had dropped below freezing and it was continuing to drop. Chapter 1722, Completion Percent. Chapter 1722, Completion Percent. Originally, because of the undying inferno and the terrifying sea of fire, the temperature in the 5th level was enough to melt rock. Even though Sheng Mai continuously activated the extreme cold ice array and even crushed apart the fire phoenix egg with her everfrost glacier, she still wasn't able to cause the temperature to fall. But now, after the undying inferno dissipated, the temperature began to plummet at an alarming rate. Soon, from the molten temperatures, this became a land of Arctic ice. A cold and dark wind wildly howled about and even the moisture in the air instantly froze, turning into ice crystals. A thick layer of frost began to cover the ground. The rivers of lava turned into frozen rivers. Cold energy sank into the body, making everyone feel as if their souls would freeze here. This is. Dragonskar had already realized a single terrifying possibility. But he wanted with all his heart to believe that this wasn't true. He turned to Sheng Mai, Empress, is this because of your Everfrost glacier? I think that. Sheng Mai lightly sighed. She interrupted Dragonskar and shook her head. Empress. We've lost. The undying inferno has become the undying polar ice, Sheng Mai whispered. What? Although the trial challengers could feel that something was wrong, Sheng Mai's sudden words shocked all of them. Before this they had already consumed a tremendous amount of their strength to struggle through a brutal battle. Even Sheng Mai had released that unrivaled attack. But even so, they still hadn't been able to kill the undying inferno. This undying inferno was far too ridiculous. Such a powerful 5th-level overlord, how could anyone possibly pass? Even that powerful Everfrost glacier wasn't able to kill the undying inferno. This undying inferno truly lives up to its name. It cannot die. TT, then what do we do? Some trial challengers sputtered out, at a loss of how to deal with the current situation. Sheng Mai shook her head and said, we have already lost, so we can only return to the 4th level. It seems I underestimated the strength of the undying inferno. Ultimately, the last time that Sheng Mai had arrived at the 5th level, after her cataclysmic battle with the undying inferno, she had only thought up a possible method to defeat it. Today was her trying out that method, but she had no idea whether it would succeed or fail. Sheng Mai soon regained her composure. All of the years of preparation had been destroyed, but she didn't lose faith. Currently she was only in the 6th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art, and there was still the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions. Sooner or later she would pass the 5th level. It seemed that her hopes of passing the 5th level at the 6th revolution had been too naive. After all, the vision of the Azura Roadmaster was far too high, so it was normal for her not to pass even at the 6th revolution. Return. Hearing Sheng Mai say this word, the martial artists looked at each other in dismay, at a loss for words. They thought that they could leave behind their own legends and be recorded in the historical texts of every major sect in the Azura Road, but now, all of those dreams had been popped. That's our only choice. We've used up too much energy. If we don't leave now, then we won't have another chance. As people were speaking, their misty breath instantly turned to ice crystals. The temperature had fallen to a point where even heaven and earth origin energy was being frozen. But still, some people weren't willing. There might be a mistake. Since the undying inferno hasn't died, how come we don't see the phoenix egg? Lin Ming said, there is no need for the phoenix egg to form. The entire 5th level is the breeding ground for the undying polar ice. When the cold energy in this world has risen to the extreme, it will naturally gather together and reform into an ice phoenix. After comprehending the Azura heavenly Tao, Lin Ming could foretell what was soon about to happen. Sheng Mai looked at Lin Ming with surprise. This young man's insight was truly keen for him to realize the situation in the 5th level. And at this time, information appeared in everyone's minds. This information told them their completion percentage. Everyone felt their hearts shake. Most of them had over 60%, with an extremely small number over 70%. When they completed the Gate of Laws, their completion percentage had been over 30%, after the 4th level it was around 50%, and then after the Divine Seal Altar and the battle with the Undying Inferno, the final number had settled around 65 to 70%. This number left them depressed and frustrated. Let alone the legendary 80%, most of them didn't even reach 70%. But at this time, Sheng Mai also received a message, 86%. Compared to the last time she was here, it was a mere 3% higher. Although it was only 3%, after reaching 80%, increasing the score by a single percent was incomparably difficult. Her score had surpassed 85%. As the Divine Void Soul Emperor had said, there was no one that would be able to match her in the past or future. However, Sheng Mai was still unsatisfied with this percentage. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, your completion percentage, what is it? As Sheng Mai spoke, everyone looked over to Lin Ming. They also wanted to know. This freak of nature had passed the Azura level Gate of Laws. His completion percentage. Just how high had been able to go? Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, 85. Although this completion percentage didn't seem like much to Lin Ming, as this number fell into everyone's ears they sucked in a breath of cold air. 85%. That already broke past Sheng Mai's past record. But this time, Sheng Mai was likely to have created a new record. Lin Ming was also curious about Sheng Mai's completion percentage. He asked her, and the Soul Empress? Everyone waited with bated breath as they turned back to Sheng Mai. Sheng Mai was silent for a moment and then clearly said, 86%. Sheng Mai was even higher. Everyone looked at each other with surprise. Some people were stunned speechless. They were already shocked enough when Lin Ming had perfectly crossed the Azura level gate of laws and thought he would have the highest completion percentage, but now their thoughts had been completely reversed. The Soul Empress is fierce. I thought Lin Ming would be slightly higher. This is just on par for normal. Lin Ming probably had around 5% more than the Soul Empress after the Gate of Laws, but in the 5th level we had to face the Undying Inferno and it was the Soul Empress who led the way. It is impossible for anyone to compare with her heaven-defying comprehension of laws. Rather, Lin Ming dropped a little. After all, he is too young, so this is a handicap he cannot overcome. After Lin Ming had completed the Gate of Laws, his completion percentage reached 45. This was proven when he was able to step into the planet-sized Immortal Palace. After crossing the 4th level and killing so many monsters, his completion rate had risen to 60%. Then, after climbing up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal Altar, his score had risen to 75%. Up until then, his score had been perfect. But on the 5th level the one leading the force and also the one with the greatest role had been Sheng Mai. Facing the Undying Inferno, whether it was defending or attacking, it was almost Sheng Mai alone. No matter how much everyone tried to support her, they were just that, supporting actors. Thus, Lin Ming obtained another 10% but Sheng Mai's score rose by 16%. After combining everything, Lin Ming was slightly worse. Although Lin Ming's completion percentage was lower than Sheng Mai's, it was enough to bewilder all the trial challengers present. How terrifying! If Lin Ming comes again and his skeletal age rises a little more, he might be able to obtain 88% or 89%. A trial challenger said. But his words were immediately refuted by someone else. Don't be silly, do you think completing the final trial is so simple? And you even thought of 89%. Do you know what sort of concept that is? Even someone who will become a true divinity might not be able to achieve such a higher score. After reaching 80%, every single point more is incomparably difficult. In the future, after several hundred more years pass and Lin Ming's comprehension of laws becomes higher, if he enters the final trial again then he might be able to obtain an 87% completion rate. That is the limit, but that is already more than high enough. As everyone was speaking, Xiao Moxian smirked, thinking otherwise. Beside Lin Ming, Mo Brightmoon and Suya also tried to comfort Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was still young. Once his comprehension of laws rose then he could always come again. And with Lin Ming's future status it wouldn't be hard to obtain the complete sets of God runes needed to enter. At this time, Dragonscar said, "We must go now. The undying polar ice will emerge soon. If we delay then we won't be able to leave." Hearing Dragonscar's words, many people felt disappointed. To return back to the 4th level also meant that their journey into the final trial would end here. Although the trial challengers had only been in the final trial for several months, they had experienced countless slaughterfests and perilous dangers here, and it felt as if they had spent several years here instead. Even after all of that their completion percentage was still low. Thinking that they had to return now, everyone was at a bit of a loss. However, remaining was also impossible. They were just not a match for the undying polar ice. Some people had already turned around and were ready to leave. But at this time, an icy voice rang out, especially clear in the chilling winds. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Millimeter." Everyone was startled. They stopped their steps and turned around to see a black-clothed Lin Ming standing not too far away from them. Standing right beside him was the black-clothed Xiao Moxian. The one who spoke just now was Lin Ming. "What is it?" Everyone looked at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. They didn't know why Lin Ming had stopped them. Lin Ming paused for a moment and then said, "The undying polar ice, we can try to battle it." His slow and calm words passed through the cold wind, causing everyone to shiver. What? Hearing Lin Ming's words, the martial artists were stunned. They glanced at each other, aghast. The undying inferno couldn't be killed, and that was with Sheng Mai using her ice attribute cultivation methods that restrained it. In this situation, how could they fight with the undying polar ice? Lin Ming, stop joking around. The undying polar ice is likely as strong as the undying inferno, just that the attributes are different. We were only able to rely on the Soul Empress to attack, and that is also because the Soul Empress trains in ice attribute cultivation methods, so cracking open a heated rock isn't too difficult for her. But to freeze open a rock of ice, that is impossible. Some martial artists frowned, thinking that Lin Ming was playing with them. It's getting colder and colder here. Let's not talk any nonsense. We have to hurry back to the 4th level. If the undying polar ice emerges, then we might not even have a chance to escape. Seeing the surrounding ice energy begin to permeate into their inner worlds, a trial challenger spoke out in a flustered panic. If the undying polar ice were to attack them, that wouldn't be funny at all. Chapter 1723, Undying Polar Ice. Chapter 1723, Undying Polar Ice. Some trial challenger began urging others to leave faster. At this time, more and more bone-chilling winds were sweeping through the 5th level. All of the heaven and earth origin energy seemed to have developed a faint tendency of gathering back together. The undying polar ice would soon be reborn. In such an environment, Lin Ming remained as calm and composed as before. He didn't bother with everyone speaking amongst themselves, but looked to Sheng Mai and asked, "Soul Empress, I want to ask, if the undying polar ice attacks, will your array formation last until the undying polar ice exhausts itself of energy and turns into a polar ice egg?" Lin Ming was clear that Sheng Mai's attacks belonged to the ice attribute and the undying polar ice was also an ice attribute existence. To rely on Sheng Mai to attack the polar ice egg was not a realistic idea. But if she couldn't attack, that didn't mean she couldn't defend. Just like Sheng Mai's ice attacks couldn't harm the undying polar ice, the undying polar ice also couldn't easily wound Sheng Mai. Ice against ice, neither side could do much to the other. Moreover, ice attribute cultivation methods always had a natural advantage in the defense aspect. For Sheng Mai, defending against the undying polar ice should be much easier than defending against the undying inferno. Before, it was using ice to repel fire, but now it was ice to ice, both of the elements mutually promoting each other. Sure enough, Sheng Mai nodded, if it is just defending against the undying polar ice, then I should be able to withstand it until it turns into an egg. But since I have used up a considerable amount of my energy, it will be far more dangerous for you. If there is the slightest mistake, then it is possible someone will die. As Sheng Mai spoke, the temperature had dropped so low that the surrounding martial artists had no choice but to revolve the energy within them to restrain the frost energy in their bodies. They had already learned their lesson from the undying inferno. Everyone now held an instinctual fear of the undying polar ice. And for Lin Ming to ask such questions at this time, all of them felt anxious. What are we all doing here? Let's hurry back to the 4th level. That's right, if the undying polar ice appears, then we're all done for. Some people ignored Lin Ming and began striding straight back to the 4th level. But after just several steps, Lin Ming's words made them pause again. Lin Ming calmly looked at Sheng Mai and clearly said, "If the Empress can defend against the undying polar ice's attacks until it turns into an ice egg, then you can leave the task of shattering that egg to me. I believe I have a certain chance of success." Lin Ming's words not only shocked the trial challengers present, but even Sheng Mai. Lin Ming wanted to destroy the ice egg. The Fire Phoenix egg was something that not even Soul Empress Sheng Mai had been able to destroy, and now Lin Ming wanted to try it all the same? Was he insane? No one doubted his talent, but he had simply cultivated for far too short a time. Even though everyone here now had an early Holy Lord realm cultivation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to compare with Sheng Mai. There was an essential difference between the law comprehensions of an Empyrean and a half-step Holy Lord. Moreover, Sheng Mai was an outstanding genius amongst all Empireans to begin with. In the future she might become a monstrous character, a true divinity powerhouse. Sheng Mai looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She didn't think he would come up with such a proposal. You are confident you can crush open the ice egg? I can only say I'll give it a try, Lin Ming said, not fully confident. Lin Ming wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could surpass Sheng Mai even if both were at the Holy Lord realm. Just because Sheng Mai could do things didn't mean that he could do the same. But there was a difference. When they fought the Undying Inferno, whether it was in defense or offense, it was a battle mostly driven by Sheng Mai. The pressure on her had been too great. To immediately attack the Phoenix Egg after having to withstand dozens of high-energy impacts, it wasn't a surprise if she wasn't able to display her true peak strength. Although she had summoned her Ice Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix was also suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm. Its supportive abilities couldn't have been considered too heaven-defying. But if Lin Ming were to attack, then it would be different. The task of defense could be taken over by Sheng Mai and he would be solely responsible for attacking. Lin Ming cultivated the fire laws. Once he released the heretical god force, the terrifying heavenly retribution flames he released from the heretical god tree would be the nemesis of ice. Not just that, but Lin Ming had the tyrannical power of thunder to boost his flames, as well as even more powerful techniques. Lin Ming, are you messing with us? To fight with the undying polar ice is to put our lives on the line, and you want us to persist all the way until it turns into an ice egg just so you can give it a try. Many trial challengers were speechless upon hearing Lin Ming's words. Many of them were already nearing exhaustion, and if they wanted to continue fighting the undying polar ice they would have to brave great dangers and take great risks. A single misstep and they would die here. Such a great price was all traded for a single chance of attack, and that chance of attack was only to allow Lin Ming a little try. It wasn't a surprise that they were all worked up over such a thought. Lin Ming, just from you being able to pass through the Azura level gate of laws, you obtaining an 85% completion rate truly isn't high. If you return like this, you might be unwilling to, but you are also young and your comprehension of the laws will rise in the future. It won't be difficult for you to reach 87% the next time you come, so why do you have to be in such a hurry to risk such perils? The martial artist who spoke thought that Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with his current 85% completion rate. After passing through the Azura level gate of laws, it wasn't a surprise that he was unhappy Sheng Mai obtained a higher score. Thus, this was the impetus driving him to propose a ridiculous idea like fighting the undying polar ice. It had to be known that just fighting the undying polar ice and doing great damage to it would earn one a good completion percentage, even if the monster didn't die. This was the case with Sheng Mai, otherwise her completion percentage should have been lower than Lin Ming's. Realizing this, many people were uninterested in his proposal. Some even snorted with contempt. To raise his completion percentage by a little, he wanted them all to take such a risk. How could they possibly agree? A trial challenger crossed his arms across his chest and coldly sneered, "You want to give it a try? Heh, let's be honest here. You're just unhappy that Soul Empress Sheng Mai was the main pillar for offense and defense, so because you didn't feel too good about that, you want to try attacking once just so you can fish for more completion percentage? If we were to help you, then our completion percentage would be pitifully small. If you are responsible for attacking, then whether or not the ice egg is destroyed, your completion percentage will still rise. Let me give you some advice. None of us here are fools, so don't take us for one. It's impossible for you to use us as your spears." The trial challenger who spoke before was tactful with his words. But the one speaking now was directly taunting Lin Ming, his words grating to the ears. "I also have no interest in this. I apologize, but I'm not in the habit of having all my efforts become someone else's rewards." Someone grimly said. These people all began leaving together. If Lin Ming truly could succeed, then they could enter the 6th level and leave behind a billion-year legend. If this was possible, then they were willing to take the risk, no matter how great. But many people simply didn't believe that Lin Ming possessed the destructive capabilities to break through the ice egg. Even the likes of Sheng Mai had failed. If Lin Ming were to fail, then all the risks they took would be converted into completion percentage for someone else. Only a fool would do something so stupid. Lin Ming's gaze swept over these people as they left, not a single response on his face. If these people left, then so be it, he didn't want them here either. He turned towards Sheng Mai. Her attitude was the most important. Even when facing the ice attribute undying polar ice, her combat efficiency in the battle would not be much different than his own. Sheng Mai thought for a moment. She asked, "What are your chances of success?" "Maybe around 40 to 50%. Lin Ming listed a vague figure. It was impossible to justify such probabilities. 40 to 50%. Sheng Mai's lips slightly curved up, as if she were tempted. Dragon's Car saw Sheng Mai's expression and knew what she was thinking. His heart began to burn with nervousness. "Empress, you." He knew that Sheng Mai had consumed a tremendous amount of her soul force, so it absolutely would not be easy for her to resist the bombardment of the undying polar ice. She might even need to pay a certain price for attempting it. Dragon's Car didn't want to see this. Sheng Mai waved her hand and stopped all of Dragon's Car's following words. Towards this youth that kept creating miracles, she held a bit of curiously as well as a bit of belief that he could continue bringing forth more miracles. "All right. Then I will manage defense and you will manage offense." Sheng Mai's voice was clear and resonant, bringing with it the momentum of endless mountains and rivers. "And all of you." Sheng Mai turned to look at Suya, Mo Brightmoon, and the others. "Haha, Brother Lin, why are you even asking us this now? We're already standing on your side." Fanny Fafa chuckled as he spoke. Thousand Slaughter didn't speak, only taking out his saber. As for Mo Brightmoon and Suya, their smiling faces already indicated their choice. "Good. Then we have enough people. Everyone else, if you wish to work with us in passing this obstacle, then you may stay. If you don't wish to stay, then I won't see you off," Lin Ming indifferently said. Many other martial artists were enraged upon hearing this. This damned fellow was too arrogant. Did he think he was invincible or something? "Good. Very good. You are crazy enough. I can't wait to see what your end will be like. Let's go." The martial artists that taunted Lin Ming sneered one more time and began walking out. But as they began walking, they discovered after a while that there were only 8 people in their group, but 10 people had stayed back. Of these 10 people, 6 of them were Lin Ming and his group, Sheng Mai and her follower, as well as a black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl. They were the 2 that Lin Ming had met atop the Divine Seal altar, Moonpond and Soul Sky. Following Sheng Mai, Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Dragon's Car, then Moonpond and Soul Sky were the strongest ones here. Seeing these 2 people stay, Lin Ming smiled. "Good. We don't need the others." It didn't matter if they stayed behind to begin with. Out of the original 18 remaining, the 10 of them represented at least 99% of the group's combat strength. Just Lin Ming and Sheng Mai alone were each worth more than hundreds of those that had left. They were dispensable cannon fodder. Lin Ming's words enraged the ones leaving. He had actually said that it didn't matter if they stayed or not. This Lin Ming had never placed them in his eyes to begin with. "Brat, you've got guts," one of the leaving trial challengers wickedly said. But he only said this to vent his anger. He didn't dare actually attack Lin Ming because he knew that he would never be able to defeat him. And at this moment, the earth shook once more. The thick frosted ground was torn apart from the vibrations and a massive plume of cold energy shot up into the skies like a phantom, gathering high up in the air. The source of all cold energy in this world seemed to be suspended 1,000 feet up high. Suddenly, snow-white runes scattered out, exuding mysterious and unpredictable ice laws. One could vaguely see small groups of ice energy dissipate out in the air. The threads of milk-white ice energy in the air became extremely wild and savage. Cold energy gathered together, twining into bundles, condensing more and more. It was like a snow-white dragon swimming around a mass of spiritual ice energy, crazily revolving. Even the space storms that appeared through the space cracks that the undying inferno had pierced through began to freeze over. Even the wild flows of space energy weren't able to withstand this strange cold energy. Everyone felt their hearts wildly shake. This ice energy was exuding a massive pressure. The undying polar ice, it finally came out. Lin Ming breathed in deep, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. Chapter 1724, Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Chapter 1724, Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Let's hurry and get out of here. Leave them behind to deal with the undying polar ice. We've got to make it to a safe area. The 8 trial challengers leaving were shocked and filled with dread as they witnessed the earth-shaking scene of the undying polar ice being born. But from that initial shock and fear, it slowly became a gloating schadenfreude. No matter how powerful the undying polar ice was, it was Lin Ming that would have to withstand it. It had nothing to do with them. The 8 people all launched their movement techniques and used their energies to break past the massive ice crystals floating in the air, shuttling through the wild and frenzied cold winds. Because the Divine Seal Altar's transmission channel had closed, they were temporarily unable to leave the 5th level. But as long as they were far away from the undying polar ice, they shouldn't suffer any major disasters. After all, when they first arrived at the 5th level, they were quite a distance from the undying inferno and hadn't suffered any attacks. As the 8 people flew away, terrifying snow gales and ice storms blew through the world. Massive chunks of ice fell on the ground, immediately covering the ground in thick glacier. Lin Ming and the others soared into the air. Sheng Mai once again created the extreme cold ice array around her, enveloping everyone. Immediately, everyone felt the pressure on them be reduced. Lin Ming looked towards Sheng Mai and couldn't help but admire her strength. He could tell that a dreadful amount of energy was required to maintain this extreme cold combat array, and a normal Holy Lord would only be able to keep it up for half an incense stick of time before being completely drained. Yet not only was Sheng Mai able to persist for such a long time, but she also managed to control the extreme cold battle array to a profound degree that was able to withstand the strikes of the undying inferno and undying polar ice. The reason she was able to accomplish this was because she had an incredibly deep understanding of the ice laws and could utilize her origin energy to its full potential. She was even able to absorb the power of ice from the world and minimize the use of her soul force. But, even though Sheng Mai was able to perfectly accomplish all of this, it still placed a tremendous pressure on her to face the undying polar ice in continuous battle. Empress. Seeing the heavy burden of defense fall on Sheng Mai's thin and delicate shoulders, Dragonscar felt inexplicable pain in his heart. Focus your heart on the battle before you, Sheng Mai icily said as she saw Dragonscar be distracted. Dragonscar grit his teeth and turned his head towards that horrifying snowstorm that was breeding in the air. As he turned back, he also maliciously stared at Lin Ming, warning him that he better not be playing tricks here or he would never forgive him. Lin Ming didn't bother arguing. At this time, words had become meaningless. This battle would be his only way of proving his words. Take these. Lin Ming took out thick stacks of divine runic symbols and passed them to Suya, Mo Brightmoon, Fanny Fafa, and the others. These were divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up in Tragic Death Valley, all in order to prepare himself for the final battle. Taking them out now when they were all standing on the blade's edge was the perfect time to do so. The greatest advantage of a divine runic symbol was that its strength wasn't too related to the user's strength. Even if Lin Ming didn't use them, the strength wouldn't be much weaker. Suya and the others received the divine runic symbols, feeling their heavy weight in their hands. Use them freely. Don't bother saving any. Lin Ming warned. Suya, Mo Brightmoon, and the others all looked at each other, speechless. Every single one of these divine runic symbols was priceless. To recklessly use them was the same as burning money. But Lin Ming was extremely rich and also a divine runic master, so he had the capital to burn as much as he wanted. This boy. Dragonscar's pupils shrank. He was someone that could instantly judge the quality of treasures, and he could see that these divine runic symbols were extraordinary. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ice storm became increasingly intense. The wild winds reverberating in the air were like volcanic eruptions and endless thunderclap. The glacier on the ground were cut open by the ice storm, causing massive fissures to open up. Giant chunks of ice flew into the air. It was like a divine being was using saber light to carve down mountains and open rivers. If a mortal's body were sucked up into such an ice storm, they would instantly perish without even their bones left. And in this ice storm, the ice energy that was emitting strange and mystical ice laws suddenly began to condense together, forming an ice essence soul. This ice essence soul contained an incomparably terrifying cold energy. All around it, even the void began to freeze and shatter. Ka. As the cold energy condensed to the extreme, cracks appeared in the ice essence soul. Pure freezing ice energy gushed out from the cracks, forming a giant ice blue phoenix in the air. This ice phoenix looked up towards the heavens and released a shrill cry. Icy cold energy shot up into the air, causing the entirety of the boundless skies to freeze into limitless ice crystals. Then, its icy eyes that emitted a horrifying aura suddenly locked onto Lin Ming and the others within the extreme cold battle array. Undying polar ice. Xiao Moxian slightly shook as she felt a great pressure push down on her. She was originally of the fire attribute Dark Phoenix lineage, and this undying polar ice was her natural inborn nemesis. Everyone's complexion turned solemn. This was a critical situation. I have returned from the earth, and yet you remain here to offend my invincible divine might. There are no words to excuse your crimes, only death. The undying polar ice's dreadful voice rumbled in everyone's hearts. It was like an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, horrible to the extreme. For a time, ice law runes began to shimmer all over the body of the undying polar ice. It opened its boundless wings and countless white lines spread through the world, carrying with them the endless freezing aura of the ice laws that rapidly proliferated like weeds. Wherever it went, there would be crackling freezing sounds as even space began to rupture apart. As the white lines collided with Sheng Mai's extreme cold battle array, the glass-like battle array emitted the sound of metal striking metal. The entire extreme cold battle array shivered, clearly withstanding a tremendous pressure. However, the millions and millions of runes that formed the extreme cold battle array began to shine with incandescent light. The ancient freezing cold energy began to absorb the aura of the ice laws contained in the white lines. As it was, even though the runes of the extreme cold battle array were being constantly destroyed, they could simultaneously absorb the aura of the ice laws to restore themselves. Sheng Mai's ice laws are above those of the undying polar ice. Far, far above. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Sheng Mai was indeed Sheng Mai. Even though her strength was suppressed to the Holy Lord realm and she was weaker than the undying polar ice, in terms of laws she actually suppressed it instead. Interesting. Then, let me see just how long you can last. The undying polar ice cried out and unraveled its wings to their full extent, wide enough to blot out the skies. Countless pillars of ice shot out, tearing through the void as they hurtled down onto the people within the extreme cold battle array. Dang! 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 The extreme cold battle array emitted more heavy striking sounds as massive runes shattered again and again, crushed as easily as glass. Many sections broke down, seeming as if the entire array would collapse at any moment. The undying polar ice wanted to use its absolute strength to trample over Sheng Mai's laws. Sheng Mai's complexion changed. From her two pupils that resembled 6 concentric ice crystals, a dark light began to shoot out. This black light was twined together with runes. It was threatening and suppressive. Her two pupils seemed to become black vortexes, as deep as the fathomless abyss. A mystic strength constantly revolved within as more and more black light shot out. This was another variation of pupil-type cultivation methods. The eyes were the windows to the soul, and the eye techniques of the spiriters could mean soul attacks, illusions, or a nearly endless number of other attack methods. Many soul cultivation methods used the eyes as the medium to channel soul force. However, compared to Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils, Sheng Mai's pupil techniques had the flavor of shattering all existence and swallowing it up. As Sheng Mai's pupils changed, all of the runes around the extreme cold battle array began to change with them. They started to dazzle with black ice energy. In the blink of an eye, the extreme cold battle array became as dark as ink. Still, faint traces of black freezing energy rose up like countless pieces of frozen ice, covering everyone within. Primal Chaos Law Eyes and the Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Empress! You! Dragonskar cried out, his voice shaking. The Primal Chaos Law Eyes and Umbral Heaven Ice Array were higher evolutions of the state of her laws. If she still had her Empyrean realm strength, then using these two secret techniques wouldn't be difficult at all. But now, Sheng Mai was only at the early Holy Lord realm. She would just barely be able to use these two techniques, and she might even have to use up her source soul force. Focus on yourself. Sheng Mai's voice was frosty, her expression as calm as ice. Just looking into her eyes that seemed like an endless abyss was enough to make one's hands and feet go cold. Dragonscar didn't dare to say another word. He knew that speaking any more would just disturb her mentality. He could only grit his teeth and focus on his own battle. The ice pillars that the undying polar ice shot out emitted terrifying sonic booms as they smashed into the umbral heaven ice array. The umbral heaven ice array was different from the extreme cold battle array. It was far colder and far darker, and the inside rippled with mystical strength. The freezing black darkness formed by the array formation suddenly shot out like the quills of a porcupine to meet those innumerable ice pillars. With each collision, two types of ice laws smashed into each other, tearing apart large tracts of space. But even as space tore open, it would be directly frozen shut. It was an extremely unusual sight. At first glance, it was like the sky was filled with countless snow-white patches. However, this array formation withstood the endless attacks of the undying polar ice, resisting and weakening them a great deal. The surrounding earth, even if it were struck by shards of the ice laws, would be torn open with wounds as great as rivers and large as mountains. The might of this collision was astonishing. Seeing this, Lin Ming was shocked. Sheng Mai is indeed terrifying. It's unimaginable that she could display this kind of combat strength at the Holy Lord realm. Not just that, but the power of her laws seems to be infinitely varied. Each time she uses one of her laws, it is extremely formidable. As Lin Ming was thinking this, his eyes touched upon Sheng Mai's proud and focused face. He discovered that crystal beads of sweat were dripping down her nose and then turning into ice crystals that fell down like pearls. Without knowing why, Lin Ming was touched by this scene, as if he pitied her and couldn't endure seeing it. He could imagine just what sort of pressure Sheng Mai was facing. One only needed to look at Dragonscar's visibly shaken response to understand it. In this battle he could only succeed, he could not fail. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's eyes became calm and tranquil. He shut his eyes and closed off his senses, allowing his mind to enter into an ethereal state. Behind Lin Ming, an auspicious light began to glow. Faint petals fell around him and the sweet trickling murmur of spirit springs filled the air. In this environment of spiritual springs and falling leaves, the phantom of an old tree appeared. This old tree's bark was withered and its leaves had mostly fallen off. But the tree trunk and roots were powerful and vigorous, like the claws of a dragon. The few leaves that remained shined and glittered as if they were carved from the purest green jade. This was the Bodhi Tree. When Lin Ming was at Mount Potala, he had meditated under a Bodhi Tree and fused the samsara, ethereal, and primordious martial intents together. Now, Lin Ming summoned this fused martial intent, forming a pure land of ultimate bliss around him. No matter what crazy storms raged outside, whatever attacks came crashing down, nothing could disturb him. He had already completely handed over the task of defense to Sheng Mai. As for him, he wholeheartedly invested his focus into adjusting his condition, preparing for the final fatal strike. Chapter 1725. The Cold Plum Blossom Resists the Snow and Wind. Chapter 1725. The Cold Plum Blossom Resists the Snow and Wind. Attack together, Dragonscar bellowed. He fiercely grit his teeth and all-consuming golden light appeared around him. This soul force flowed down into his hands, turning into a pair of golden soul force swords. As these golden swords were placed together, their golden light was blinding. His feet touched the ground and then he shot into the skies, hurtling towards the ice pillars. After Dragonscar, everyone else began to take action. The Divine Mist Divine Kingdom's Moonpond and Soulsky were the next to move. Soulsky took out a long sword and slashed out 10,000 sword lights. As for Moonpond, her actions were far more unusual. Her slim body became dim in the snowstorm as if she were disappearing. Then, a faintly translucent light appeared around her like a halo. This was an extremely strange variation soul force. This soul force then unexpectedly fused into the pitch-black umbral heaven ice array. The entire umbral heaven ice array began to suddenly shine with a strange light. The runes became increasingly bright and dazzling, and the defensive strength of it increased even more. Millimeter? Support type soul force? Dragon's Car was surprised. He gave Moonpond a deeper look. In his eyes, Moonpond's talent wasn't too outstanding, but her support-type soul force was exceedingly rare. Those with a support-type soul force usually didn't possess much combat strength on their own, but they could use their soul force to support the attacks and defenses of others. If the one she assisted was weak, then her use would be small. But if the one she assisted was strong, then her own use would be several times greater than anything she could accomplish herself. For instance, if Moonpond were to lend her soul force to Sheng Mai, then with Sheng Mai's comprehension of the laws, she could use this soul force 10 times more effectively. This would greatly lighten the burden on Sheng Mai. For a moment, Sheng Mai also opened her eyes, a brilliant light shining in them as she looked at Moonpond. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The space for 1,000 miles was torn to shreds by the violent collisions, with countless holes riddled in the void. However, the invisible power of ice forcefully froze and solidified this ruined space immediately. Besides the area that Sheng Mai's umbral heave ice array covered, the vast earth was suffering an apocalyptic disaster. Dreadful shockwaves rang out, smashing into the ground and creating fathomless pits and deep ravines. In this violent combat, Lin Ming's divine runic symbols played a considerable role. Out of the 10 people that remained, Suya, Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and Thousand Slaughter were the weakest of the bunch. Compared to Sheng Mai, although their added combat strength wasn't negligible, they could still only play a limited role. But with Lin Ming's divine runic symbols in their hands, everything was different. These divine runic symbols could be used several times each. Once activated, they could withstand the impact of an ice pillar and greatly reduce the burden on Sheng Mai. Hu. The blazing light of heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols lit up the heavens. The blazing flames burned bright. As the ice pillars shot into the seas of fire, they began to rapidly melt away. Haha, Brother Lin's divine runic symbols are too fierce. Fanny Fafa happily laughed. He grasped the divine runic symbols and shuttled through the ice storm, his entire body wreathed in burning hot flames so that the freezing storm couldn't harm him. This method of combat was truly admirable. After a long bombardment of attacks, the undying polar ice in the skies suddenly went quiet. But at this moment, everyone within the umbral heaven ice array held their breath. They could feel a dreadful rage brewing. This was the rage of the undying polar ice. Billions upon billions of motes of grey ice energy shimmered with ice runes. Then, in the air, they formed ice phoenix claws that were as large as a mountain. Shua. These sharp claws carried with them the dreadful anger and will of the undying polar ice. They tore through the air, raising up giant storms and endless waves as they came falling onto the umbral heaven ice array. The strength was titanic, like a star exploding. This momentous impact caused an eye-piercing white radiance to spread out. Finally, the 2 different ice laws entangled and were destroyed together. The entire umbral heaven ice array was torn apart. It was like some great monster had taken a large chunk out of it. It was truly terrifying. Puff. Moonpond suddenly shook. She had poured her soul force into the umbral heaven ice array and had been supporting Sheng Mai this entire time. Now, she trembled and blood shot out from her mouth, ears, nose, eyes, and she nearly fell unconscious where she was. Because she had fused her own soul force into the umbral heaven ice array, once the array was damaged, Moonpond and Sheng Mai would naturally bear the brunt of the attack. And in terms of endurance, Moonpond was far worse than Sheng Mai. Junior apprentice sister. Seeing Moonpond severely wounded, Solsky was extremely worried and anxious. Even Sheng Mai paled by several points. She waved her right hand and summoned a moon-white light that covered the severely wounded Moonpond. She said to Solsky, "She's fine, there's just been some damage to her spiritual sea." As Sheng Mai spoke, a vast chunk of the umbral heaven ice array had broken apart and the cold energy from outside was beginning to pour in. Kai. A terrifying cold wind fell upon everyone. Even though they were wearing ice armor which blocked out most of the cold energy, they still felt their bodies chill and their souls nearly freeze over. Suya and Mo Bright Moon quickly ignited a group defensive divine runic symbol to reduce the pressure for everyone. At the same time, they also protected Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, who were both within Lin Ming's fused martial intent Pure Lands. This undying polar ice is horrifying. Everyone looked up at the seemingly limitless undying polar ice in the skies, their complexions grim and dignified. Lin Ming, are you all right? Suya asked with concern. However, Lin Ming didn't respond. He only quietly remained beneath the body tree, surrounded in the pure lands of ultimate bliss. All around him, faint azure runes shimmered in and out like stars in the night sky. It was as if he was already separated from the world. From far, far away, the 8 trial challengers that had run away were watching everything happen within the umbral heaven ice array. Seeing that Moon Pond was wounded to the point of vomiting blood and yet Lin Ming was still meditating beneath an old tree, all of them were left speechless. That woman called Moon Pond has already spat out blood but is still meditating. It seems he's really good at sitting. How crafty of him. Even now he hasn't helped once. And Lin Ming's woman, she hasn't done anything either. The woman these people referred to was Xiao Moxian. From the start until now, Xiao Moxian had joined together with Lin Ming in his body tree Pure Lands, her mind also entering an ethereal state. Originally, there were just 10 people available. Without Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, that meant there were only 8 people left to defend. The last time there were still 18 people that could defend against the undying inferno. Now, there were only 8 people. In terms of numbers, they were over half down. In particular, without the unusually strong Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, it wasn't strange that the pressure placed on the ones defending was much higher than it should be. Lin Ming, that arrogant brat, he said it didn't matter if we stayed or not. Very well, then let's stand here and see just what happens to them. The 8 people that retreated were all of the mindset to watch a good play at the expense of others. They were all looking forwards to Lin Ming and the others falling into peril. This was a normal psychological mindset for these people. Since they weren't participating in the battle, they naturally didn't hope that the battle would begin to veer towards a good outcome. In fact, the 8 people thought that a good result would be if Lin Ming and his group were all beaten to a pulp, and the best result would be if several of them died. At the same time, contradictorily they also hoped that nothing would happen to Soul Empress Sheng Mai. Although Sheng Mai came from the 33 heavens, her etherealness, her perfection, her power, all of that quickly made her into the goddess of all the spiriters in the Azura Road. This was especially true for the 8 trial challengers since they were mostly men. Towards Sheng Mai, they held nothing but infatuated admiration. And at this time, the undying polar ice started its attack once more. Its massive form soared up into the skies and it began to recklessly absorb all the ice energy between the heavens and earth. Massive glacier that were miles wide were shattered into chunks, turned into countless shards of crushed ice that were sucked into the undying polar ice's body. This momentum alone was already panic-inducing. That's scary. They're all going to die. Many people's eyes were focused on this manic frenzy that was condensing in the world. Whether it was human, saint, spiriters, or anything that possessed intelligence, everything would feel an instinctual fear upon facing such a world-shaking momentum. After brewing for 10 breaths of time, a pair of terrifying phoenix claws fell down from the world storm like falling mountains, carrying with them the strength of an unstoppable barrage. Waves upon waves of icy storms set off massive tides of ice that were tens of thousands of feet high. They were like giant ancient beasts that wanted to swallow the umbral heaven ice array whole. Miss Mo, Mr. Fanny, thousand slaughter, Suya cried out. But in truth, there was no need for her to shout. Mo Bright Moon and the others, including even Soul Sky, were rapidly shooting out divine runic symbols as if they weren't worth money at all. For a time, the heretical god symbol, heavenly flame symbol, all sorts of tyrannical energies wildly galloped through the skies, wreaking havoc where they went, sweeping through the whirl. Peng! In just a moment, all of the blazing flames were swallowed up by the raging waves of ice. The improved divine runic symbols that Lin Ming drew up were extraordinarily strong. After the raging tsunamis of ice swallowed the fires of the divine runic symbols, they visibly slowed. However, that was only slowed. The momentum, the unparalleled momentum that seemed all-powerful, still impacting towards them as before. Chapter 1726. Lin Ming makes his move. Chapter 1726. Lin Ming makes his move. Facing this terrifying attack, Suya, Mo Brightmoon, and the others had already lost their use. As long as they took a single step outside of the umbral heaven ice array, then they would undoubtedly die. Dragonscar's muscles were also frozen all over, and he had nearly exhausted his soul force, thus the role he could play now was limited. During the battle with undying polar ice, he had been the closest to it, thus he had withstood the most ice energy. As for Moonpond, who came from Divine Mist Divine Kingdom, she was on the verge of unconsciousness and had lost all combat strength. She could no longer help support the umbral heaven ice array. If so, then the only one everyone could depend on was Sheng Mai. In that moment, Sheng Mai's slim figure faced the horrifying ice explosion. This ice explosion swept out for 80,000 miles, seeming as if it was able to destroy the world. The two were completely disproportionate. But because she had withstood the previous attack, Sheng Mai's complexion was pale. However, her back was straight and firm, like a proud plum blossom in a blizzard. Her 10 fingers moved, and within the pitch-black vortex of her eyes, countless crystalline ice flowers seemed to fall, as if her pupils contained a world where it was snowing. Empress! Dragonscar gnashed his teeth, his voice trembling. He watched helplessly on as the delicate Sheng Mai, surrounded by a faint icy haze, faced the might and momentum of the world. Bang! A terrifying explosion completely enveloped the umbral heaven ice array. The entire world violently shook, and countless glaciers split apart and were sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet into the air. In this horrifying ice storm, a strange and wistful song spread out, touching and sweet. This song was ethereal and untouched, like the sounds of nature. Even the sparse plant life of this world seemed to rise up in excitement. The song was melodious and deep. The countless glacier began to disintegrate and scatter, filling the world with endless falling snowflakes. The raging tide of ice had passed, and the frozen sky also revealed itself once more. The people within the umbral heaven ice array that were covered by countless glacier became visible again. This umbral heaven ice array was already covered by the all-consuming cold energy of the undying polar ice, and a thick layer of frost had formed over it. The barrier was frail, on the verge of shattering at any moment. A misty blue light shimmered. Sheng Mai stood proud and inviolable in the snow. Behind her, the phantom of a goddess appeared. This goddess' appearance was blurry, and her appearance was vague. Her entire body was surrounded by drifting ice and blue silk ribbons. The beautiful and haunting song that was sung just now had come from the lips of this goddess. Bright red blood flowed out from the corners of Sheng Mai's mouth, winding down like a snake and contrasting with her pale porcelain skin. It was like a red plum blossom in the snow, infinitely beautiful and sorrowful. Sheng Mai was injured. From the moment the final trial began until now, this was Sheng Mai's first injury. At this moment, for some unknown reason, just looking at Sheng Mai made one feel an inexplicable ache in their heart. Empress, quickly take away the world apotheosis. Dragonscar begged with tears in his eyes. Although he was only Sheng Mai's servant, in his heart, her safety was far more important than his life. The world apotheosis that Dragonscar spoke of was the goddess phantom behind Sheng Mai. It was summoned by her and was a manifestation of her divine soul. Some of the most talented spiriters martial artists were able to create an incarnation of their soul that would appear behind them. This was called a world apotheosis. Each person's world apotheosis was different. A spiriter's world apotheosis was similar to the indestructible diamond Vajra body that a saint martial artist could cultivate. It was an extremely higher boundary of cultivation within the spiriters. However, because Sheng Mai's cultivation was limited to the Holy Lord realm, in addition to the massive amount of energy she consumed in facing the undying inferno, it was exceedingly difficult for her to summon her world apotheosis. To do so affected her soul source. Sheng Mai shook her head. The undying polar ice will likely attack one more time. Everyone already realized that the cold air within the world had weakened by a great deal. That previous strike just now had used up a great deal of the undying polar ice's strength and it had begun to weaken. Even so, it hadn't used up all of its strength. It still had enough power for one final strike, and this strike absolutely would not be easy to withstand. But, Empress. Dragonskar was at a loss for words. He could only grit his teeth, heft the heavy sword in his hands and move by her side. He knew that Sheng Mai would not heed his words and that further arguing would only affect her mood. Terrifying cold energy started to ferment in the skies once more. The undying polar ice raised its head to the heavens and let out a clarion cry. Its body started to shrink more and more. From the size of a mountain, it rapidly shrunk to 100 foot wide. This was also because the undying polar ice had used up a great deal of its strength. It began to compress its strength and reduce the range of attack. By doing so, the might of its attack would naturally be higher. At this time, the goddess phantom behind Sheng Mai produced an ice-blue divine sword. Together with Sheng Mai, it faced the impact of the undying polar ice. A world apotheosis was a part of a spirited martial artist's soul. Once it was injured, it would also injure the soul source of the martial artist. As for Mo Brightmoon, Suya, and the others, they also gripped the few remaining divine runic symbols they had, ready to face the final strike of the undying polar ice. Although it was hard to say if the divine runic symbols in their hands would be able to play any useful role, it was better to do something than nothing. No one wanted to stand there and wait for death. The many trial challengers were all in a perilous situation. They focused everything they had to resist this strike. Cold energy compressed more and more. The ice phoenix circled in the skies. Then, it opened its beak and a blade-sharp beam of icy light began to form in it. You lowly, pathetic ants. Do you really believe you can withstand my anger? Keep on dreaming. For a time, the ice phoenix's body lit up with a divine ice-blue light. All of its energies began rapidly fusing into this attack. Ka. The space near the phoenix's beak began to crack apart. A terrifying ice energy gathered, forming a thin beam of potent energy that shot forwards like the blade of a divine god. This divine light recklessly cut forwards, ripping through the void. Although it seemed infinitely slow, it was actually faster than lightning. This sort of strange visual illusion occurred only because this icy blue light was able to freeze even time. This power. Dragonskar's mind shook. Dragonskar was also someone that had climbed up the 33 steps of the divine seal altar. Although it had been difficult for him, he was still undoubtedly a heroic elite. His talent far surpassed Big Flame and the divine Void Crown princes, and his sight was equally fantastic. With just a glance he was able to see how terrifying this undying polar ice's attack truly was. How can we possibly block this? Everyone's minds trembled. Facing this blue light, the pressure upon them all was unbelievable. Sheng Mai's pupils shrank and her palms became wet with sweat. There was the undying polar ice's final strike and the power behind it had surpassed her imagination. She could feel that her own umbral heaven ice array would definitely be pierced through by this beam of light. If the undying polar ice continued using the same attacks as before, Sheng Mai was confident she could block it even if she was injured in the process. But, the undying polar ice had condensed its final attack into a beam of light that was only as thick as a rice bowl. Once struck, her umbral heaven ice array would shatter. If the ice array shattered, the consequences would be inconceivable. Most martial artists present would die, at most 3 of them leaving. Even if Dragonskar didn't perish here, he would be grievously wounded. In that moment, Sheng Mai clenched her teeth, a rare look of hesitation in her eyes. Then, they focused like she had come to a resolution of her thoughts. Over her entire body, icy blue flames ignited. Empress, you are burning your source soul force. Dragonskar cried out from beside Sheng Mai. The higher one's cultivation, the more talented one was, the more precious their source soul force and blood essence were. Sheng Mai's source soul force had already reached an unimaginably precious degree. Once she lost some, not even a transcendent divine pill would be able to make up for a tiny bit. But now, she planned to burn her own soul and possibly even discard a portion of her world apotheosis in order to incite her greatest strength and engage in a life-or-death battle with the undying polar ice. If Shengmai did this, then her divine soul was bound to suffer massive damage. And Shengmai's soul was extremely unique. Even with divine sovereign soul rapture's astonishing methods, it was likely he wouldn't be able to fully cure her. This would cause her future achievements to be affected. Empress, have you gone mad? Dragonscar's eyes turned blood red. He was well aware that if Shengmai didn't burn her source soul force, the umbral heaven ice array definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the undying polar ice's final strike. If that happened, then everyone else besides Shengmai in the umbral heaven ice array would die. Maybe even Dragonscar would perish here. However, even if Dragonscar had to give his life, he didn't wish to see Shengmai receive the smallest wound. In Dragonscar's eyes, Shengmai's source soul force was far more precious than everyone else's lives added together. The truth was that with Shengmai's cultivation and talent, she was absolutely able to retreat and avoid this strike. Although this would signal her end in the final trial, she could return next time. But she had no intention of doing this. "Get out of my way," Shengmai's icy voice shouted out. She had already firmed her resolve. She didn't know whether it was because she had fought side by side with these people or because she felt some faint sympathy towards one or two people here. Normally Shengmai couldn't care less about the lives of inferior martial artists, but today she hoped that this group wouldn't die. Moreover, she had a faint premonition that if she were to run away by herself, it would bring about a loss that she would forever regret. This inexplicable feeling forced her to stay and not retreat. In that moment, between Shengmai's eyebrows, the mark of a six-leaf snow flower appeared. This mark was like a third eye, shining with a blazing light and surging with wild origin energy. Shengmai's hair began to wildly sweep up all around her. As the icy blue flames burned on Shengmai's body, as her divine soul was soaking in these flames, within the group, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning crashing down in an ice storm, piercing through all. Even with her back to Lin Ming, Shengmai could still feel this intense substantialized vision. "Lin Ming, you." Shengmai was startled. She didn't know why Lin Ming had woken up from his meditation, but when he opened his eyes, his body had already hurtled forwards. He was like a dormant great dragon that had awoken from slumber. His body shot into the skies. At this time, he ran out of the umbral heaven ice array and directly faced that terrifying ice blue light. Lin Ming. Shengmai was bewildered. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to withstand that freezing blue light. That beam of light had reached a preposterous level of strength. Even Shengmai had to admit that it would be difficult to resist even after burning her soul force. Seeing the freezing blue light howl towards him, Lin Ming's gaze was cold and decisive. Within his eyes, an inverted image of the blue light appeared, shooting out like a pair of divine blue sword. Chapter 1727, Turn the Tide. Chapter 1727, Turn the Tide. It wasn't just Shengmai who saw this amazing scene occur, but also everyone else within the umbral heaven ice array and even the 8 trial challengers standing far off near the center of the 5th level's entrance. All of them were shocked speechless. Could Lin Ming be thinking of committing suicide? Sir Lin, Suya and Mo Bright Moon felt their hearts skip a beat. Lin Ming had moved far too suddenly, and even if they believed Lin Ming was strong, they didn't think he had the ability to directly resist the undying polar ice's final strike. Facing that freezing beam of light, even a half-step Empyrean would perish. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible for him to block it. This fool, he is courting death. If even the Soul Empress cannot block it, then him running forwards like a fool is no different than a bug in front of a cart. The far-off watching trial challengers had previously despised Lin Ming for sitting in meditation behind a woman, but the truth was that they all understood this was the most intelligent plan. However, as they saw Lin Ming rush forwards towards the undying polar ice, his actions were the same as bringing about his own death. If they were to take 10,000 steps back and look at the wider picture, even if Lin Ming were to withstand this strike, this also meant that it would be impossible for him to have the strength to destroy the undying polar ice's egg form. According to the previous agreement, Sheng Mai was responsible for defending against the undying polar ice, and Lin Ming only needed to adjust his condition and wait until the undying polar ice turned into its egg form, and then he would thunder out with his strongest attack. Lin Ming had already adjusted his condition for an extremely long time, and now he couldn't bear it and had rushed out to attack. To everyone else, this felt as if all his efforts were going to be wasted. Facing that howling ice blue light, Lin Ming didn't fear it but met it head-on. His entire body was wrapped in thunder and flames. However, when compared to the ice-blue beam of light that could even freeze time, the flames raging on Lin Ming's body were nothing at all. This also caused Sheng Mai's heart to tighten. She faintly felt that Lin Ming would explode into action ahead of time and rush out. In truth, she didn't want to burn her source soul force, but even so, she couldn't sit idly by and not help Lin Ming. She didn't know what his plans were. Had he decided to give up on attacking the undying polar ice? At that moment, Sheng Mai also hurtled forwards. Purple soul flames blazed around her body as the six-leaf snow flower shimmered between her eyebrows. She flew straight towards Lin Ming. Even if they had to give up on killing the undying polar ice, she couldn't allow Lin Ming to die here like this. However, Lin Ming had taken the initiative and his speed was far too fast. It was impossible for her to catch up. Just when Lin Ming was less than 10,000 feet from colliding with the freezing blue light, a shadow rushed out from his inner world. This shadow held a giant shield in its hands, welcoming the attack of the freezing blue light. This was Lin Ming's avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Pa pa pa. All of the joints within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone began popping and exploding. The strength that came from being nourished in the God-Beast Grand Array for billions upon billions of years completely erupted into a horrifying bodily strength, rapidly surpassing that of 10 dragon. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone's comprehensive combat strength was inferior to that of Lin Ming's true body. But in terms of bodily strength alone, in terms of frontal impact and the ability to endure strikes, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone actually far exceeded Lin Ming. If Lin Ming could be called a master martial artist of the mortal world, then the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was a wild tiger. A mortal expert could defeat a wild tiger, but in many specific situations, a wild tiger was far more useful than a mortal expert. For instance, at this very moment. At this time, behind the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, a phantom of the God-Beast Tomb Array appeared. And in front of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, the incomparably massive shield it held was the Primordius Gate. The Primeval and simple Primordius Gate's surface was covered with innumerable strange lines of the Grand Mist laws. These lines were all formed from the primal energy of when the universe was being formed, and were naturally carved onto ancient divine stones. To take the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone as the lance and take the Primordius Gate as the shield. Essence Energy Avatar, Third Seal, Release. Lin Ming shouted out loud. In that instant, a boundless and incredible strength erupted from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. In the past, when Lin Ming inherited the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar from the Bronze Temple, it had 3 seals placed on it, each more powerful than the last. These seals were left behind by the Azura Road Master. At the Bronze Temple, Lin Ming had released the first seal, and with this strength he had developed his inner world and broke through the Divine Lord realm. The second seal was released when he was in Bai Qi's tomb, in the battle against Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming had bet everyone on this gamble and had released the second seal. In combination with Xiao Moxian's primordial yin, he broke past the body transformation's heavenly Dao array diagram and entered the 9 stars of the Dao Palace boundary. Finally, there was the third seal. It was the most powerful seal, and with Lin Ming's previous cultivation he had been unable to release it. But now, he was able to do so. Facing the undying polar ice, Lin Ming opened it without hesitation. For a time, there was nothing but a terrifying thunderclap ringing in the air. Like countless volcanoes erupting, like countless god-beasts roaring, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone's body suddenly rose and grew. The energy in the sky seemed to be sucked in by a massive vortex, gathering towards the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. An indescribably horrifying strength gushed out like a landslide. As this strength filled up the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar and even flooded out, all of that extra energy hurtled towards Lin Ming's main body. Lin Ming was already prepared for this. Releasing the seal of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone inevitably meant that he would have to welcome a powerful flow of energy. He shouted out loud and opened his inner world wide, completely absorbing the entirety of that raging tide of power. For a time, Lin Ming's entire body erupted with a blazing divine light. Every inch of his blood vessels, meridians, muscles, everything contained a tightly compressed and dreadful strength. Above Lin Ming's head, the sky of endless snow and ice disintegrated. 9 blazing stars appeared, letting their luminescent starlight fall down like waterfalls. And of these 9 stars, 2 were particularly bright. Their starlight corresponded to 2 Dao palaces in Lin Ming's body. A black electric light shot forth from the purple temple Dao palace, instantly entering Lin Ming's body. Thump, thump. A vast and boundless life vitality gushed out from the depths of Lin Ming's body. All of his blood began to race, issuing sounds like surging tides crashing into each other. Each inch of his skin began to shine with starlight. His blood tumbled and surged, overbrimming with power. The heavenly retribution Dao Palace shot out a strange mystic strength. From all of Lin Ming's pores, it was like trillions of arcs of electricity shot out, dissipating into the void. And at this time, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone welcomed that deep blue freezing light. This scene caused every martial artist's pupils to shrink. They could already see that this figure holding the massive stone gate was Lin Ming's avatar. Was he planning on discarding his avatar? As this thought raced through everyone's minds, there was a loud bang as the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, holding the Primordius Gate, collided with that blue beam. Catcher! The void shattered. The Primordius Gate was nearly instantly frozen. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Primordius Gate were both sent flying away together. No matter how powerful the mortal body of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was, after this terrifying strike, its arm bones were likely shattered. A horrifying cold energy froze the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Primordius Gate into an ice sculpture. For a flesh and blood body, even the mortal body of a peak Great World King Saint would have their body instantly frozen and then cracked into pieces. However, within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, an incomparably terrifying blood vitality suddenly burst out. This blood vitality burned like a brilliant conflagration of flames, directly impacting into the skies. This burning blood vitality was actually able to forcefully resist the cold and make it so that the power of ice wasn't able to invade the meridians of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Beneath this smoldering blood vitality, even the ice surrounding the avatar began to slowly melt away. What? Behind the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, Sheng Mai was dumbfounded. This avatar was able to rely on its blood vitality alone to resist the cold energy of the undying polar ice. Just how powerful was this avatar's blood vitality? It was simply unimaginable. Even an adult god beast might not be able to rely on its blood vitality alone to resist the freezing cold impact of the undying polar ice. But Lin Ming's avatar had a powerful blood vitality, one that blazed like a massive fireball, and it was actually able to resist the strike. Just how was this avatar refined? In terms of the power of blood vitality alone, this avatar far surpassed Lin Ming's main body. Although all of these thoughts raced through Sheng Mai's mind, she didn't divert any of her attention. She could instantly see that the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was not enough to withstand the ever-cold light of the undying polar ice. No matter how pure and potent the blood vitality of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, or how strong its body was, it was still unable to compare with the undying polar ice. It was knocked away by the freezing blue light, and that freezing blue light continued hurtling towards Sheng Mai and everyone else. But because that freezing blue light was blocked by the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, a great deal of its power had been weakened. In that moment, as Lin Ming saw the freezing blue light shooting towards him, his steps moved and he used the space laws to avoid its attack path. Sheng Mai immediately understood what had happened. Lin Ming only used his avatar to block the momentum of the freezing blue light. He still planned to maintain his strength and attack the undying polar ice's egg form. As for the remains of the freezing blue light, that would be handled by Sheng Mai. Now, the freezing blue light had 30 to 40% of its initial energy diminished. If Sheng Mai wanted to resist this strike, she wouldn't need to burn her source soul force anymore. When Lin Ming struck out in that final moment, he had not only retained his strength but also protected Sheng Mai. Moreover, his plans remained unchanged. He was still planning to strike down the undying polar ice. Such methods, such daring boldness, all of that left Sheng Mai shocked, even feeling admiration. Throughout all her long years of life, Sheng Mai had never felt admiration towards a junior. Primal Chaos Law Eyes. Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Sheng Mai cried out. The purple soul flames that covered her body hid themselves as she no longer had to burn her source soul force. Even so, the six-leaf snow flower mark between her eyebrows glowed with an ever brighter light. A touching song spread through the world once more. The peerless goddess behind Sheng Mai, her world apotheosis, also attacked. The deep ice blue sword came slashing down. The ribbon that fluttered around Sheng Mai flew high in the skies, covering all space around for 100 miles. Catcher. The undying polar ice's freezing blue light crashed into Sheng Mai's umbral heaven ice array. The frozen essence spirit embryo stone crashed into the umbral heaven ice array like a meteor. As for the freezing blue light, it was blocked outside. The entire ice array wildly shook and countless chunks of ice fell down. Hundreds of thousands of runes around the array formation dimmed to nothing, completely vanishing altogether. Seeing the chance, Mo Brightmoon, Suya, and the others threw out all the remaining divine runic symbols in their hands. Heavenly fire burned in the skies and arcs of thunder twisted about. After being weakened again and again, the terrifying freezing blue light became darker and darker until it finally failed to pierce through the umbral heaven ice array. With the cooperation of everyone here, the undying polar ice's final strike had been staved off. Chapter 1728, Ice Egg. Chapter 1728, Ice Egg. They blocked it, they really blocked it. Seeing the freezing blue beam of light scatter into sparkling motes in the sky, everyone within the umbral heaven ice array was excited. They felt as if they had just taken a round trip through the gates of hell. Even though none of them had much strength left over, they were burning with incomparable joy in their hearts. Great. Awesome. Dragon's Car gripped his fists together. Even though his entire body was soaked in blood, there was a stupidly happy smile on his face. He was certainly happy. This was because even until the end, Sheng Mai hadn't burnt any of her soul force. She only used up some origin energy and would be able to fully recover after some rest, not suffering any side effects at all. There wasn't anything more important than this. This Lin Ming is really terrifying. Dragon's Car looked up at Lin Ming in the sky. At this time, he had opened 2 Dao palaces and the power of thunder and fire was twined around his entire body. He gave off a noble and striking momentum. He originally thought that Lin Ming wouldn't help in defending, but at the very end it was because of Lin Ming that they were able to cross this most difficult pass. It wasn't just Dragon's Car that was thinking this, but many others had this thought. Far away, the 8 trial challengers were also staring at each other in blank dismay. They had all fled from danger because they didn't believe this battle could be won. They didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to crush the ice egg and they thought it was unlikely that Sheng Mai would be able to block the undying polar ice's attacks. Rather, it should be said that even if Sheng Mai was able to block the undying polar ice's attacks, there was still a high chance they could die here. In this sort of situation, it was a completely reasonable decision for them to leave. But now, they never imagined that the 10 individuals would be able to withstand the attack of the undying polar ice without any deaths. Hoo hoo hoo. Cold air recklessly howled. 100,000 feet high in the skies, although the undying polar ice's final strike had consumed most of its strength, it still hadn't faded from the world. It continued to maintain its ice phoenix form, but its body was extremely blurry. You stupid ants, you have truly provoked my anger. Originally I didn't want to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. All of you can die here. The undying polar ice roared, its terrifying voice resounding through the world, horrifying. Bang! With a loud explosion, the undying polar ice's ice energy poured into the earth. The glacier covering the ground began to thicken at an alarming rate. What? How can the undying polar ice still have such terrifying strength left? Everyone was shocked. They had no idea just what the undying polar ice was doing. And at this time, the continually quiet Sheng Mai's complexion changed. She finally understood what the undying polar ice was doing. It had indeed consumed too much energy, so it was impossible for it to send out another wave of attacks, but it was still able to use the last dregs of its strength to freeze the space node connecting the 4th and 5th level. She said, startled, "Be careful, it is sealing up the space channel to return to the 4th level." Sheng Mai's words shocked everyone present. The undying polar ice wanted to cage them in here. The 5th level had a multiple space node. If a trial challenger gave up on killing the 5th level's overlord, they could retreat to the entrance. After a period of time, the space node would automatically expand and open, forming the channel from the 5th level to the 4th level. Otherwise, if a trial challenger was able to strike down the 5th level's overlord, then another spatial node would open, forming the channel from the 5th level to the 6th level. The undying polar ice used its power to freeze the space node, thus postponing the opening of it. And, in a mere half-incent stick of time, the undying polar ice would complete its second nirvana and reform into the undying inferno. Once this happened, it would be impossible for the exhausted group to block its attacks once more. Damn it! This beast wants to lock us in here. Mo Brightmoon, Moonpond, Dragonscar, and the others with them remained calm. As for the 8 trial challengers that had withdrawn to the entrance, they felt their hands and feet turn numb. Once the undying polar ice completed its nirvana, the consequences could be imagined. And at this time, Sheng Mai was tranquilly sitting in the void, her eyes still emitting a mystic light. A black vortex appeared above her head, absorbing and condensing heaven and earth origin energy so that it wildly merged into her body. At this time, she was incomparably calm. No matter what happened, she had to restore her strength as soon as possible. Only then would she be able to deal with the ever-shifting situation. The undying polar ice's cold eyes focused on Lin Ming. It could clearly feel the killing intent on Lin Ming. This human would surely attack him. Ha ha ha. Human, you want to kill me? Interesting. How interesting. Then let me see what methods you have to kill me. You can either forcefully withstand my 9 nirvanas or you can pierce through my nirvanic egg. But, in my nirvana state as the undying polar ice, my shell's defense is even greater than it is as the undying inferno. I will wait for you, ha 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 ha. The undying polar ice recklessly laughed. Its body grew smaller and smaller as energy dissipated from it. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. His aura erupted. The terrifying strength unsealed from the essence spirit embryo stone still roiled within his body, wanting to break free from him. He sunk his energy into his inner world. A large tree began to rapidly bloom behind Lin Ming. This was the heretical god tree. But this time, it didn't seem like a phantom of the heretical god tree at all, but a true and sublimely supreme divine tree. This divine tree was covered with ancient marks, as if an azure dragon had forcefully grasped onto the bark. The branches and leaves that decorated the crown were lush and verdant, each one showing off a differently styled leaf. Some leaves billowed with flames, emitting the source fire laws of heavenly tribulation. On other leaves lingered arcs of crackling thunder, roaring and crackling. This was the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation that lived in harmony above the heretical god tree. These two powers of heavenly tribulation emitted an inexplicably powerful pressure, causing the surrounding space to distort as if it would collapse at any moment. The heretical god tree had appeared in its true form, and the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation, also displayed its true meaning. Faintly, plumes of enchanting flames mixed together with arcs of lightning, like dragons of thunder and fire twining together. This was the peak manifestation of Lin Ming's understanding of the heretical god force. The powers manifested once more and rose. Within the heavenly tribulation flames, there even seemed to be fire phoenixes crying out and stretching their wings. Within each flame there was a phoenix phantom dancing about like a captivating dream. The undying polar ice stared at the heretical god tree behind Lin Ming, a sneer forming on its face. Finally, its energy was completely exhausted. The endless power of ice laws between the heavens and earth collapsed, and the blue light swirling in the world also dimmed. In the next moment, The cold energy within the world seemed to be summoned by something. It wildly rushed towards the undying polar ice, as all the power of ice laws retracted into the body of the undying polar ice. Ripples of cold energy crazily circled in the air, forming a giant blue vortex. At the center of this vortex, all of the cold energy gathered together, becoming increasingly thick and tangible as it formed a massive ice egg. This ice egg was like an oval-shaped ice mountain. All around it, runes shimmered like stars as a mystical bright luster emitted from it. Lin Ming against the ice egg. Dark strong winds howled. Lin Ming's black clothes flapped in the endless ice storm, his hair dancing wildly around him. Everyone held their breath. In their field of vision, it was like the only image left was Lin Ming's figure. This was the final strike. No matter how magnificent or wondrous the previous battle had been, if this final strike were to fail, then everything would have been for naught. Everyone here would die. Then, a spear appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This spear appeared so abruptly that no one noticed where it had come from. It was like it had always been in Lin Ming's hands. The spear was pitch black without the slightest sheen to it. The spear tip was cold and sharp, bringing with it a primal and boundless aura. The fierce aura seemed as if it were a dragon itself being born within it. What spear is that? Everyone was shocked. Even from far away they could still feel the horrifying aura on the spear, rendering them unable to move. They could intuitively feel that this spear was peerless. It certainly must have cut down countless powerhouses during its existence, many of them characters that were unimaginably fearful. Lin Ming took a deep breath and closed his eyes, feeling the murderous intent within the black dragon spear. With his current strength, he was unable to incite the full power of the spear. Just attacking once with the black dragon spear would use up the majority of Lin Ming's strength, so this wasn't a weapon he could bring out whenever he wanted. For him to bring out this black dragon spear now indicated that he was ready to engage in a final life or death struggle. With another deep breath, Lin Ming's body seemed to darken. A thick smell of blood gushed out from within Lin Ming's body, as if an ancient death god were being born from within him. His entire figure emitted a strange blood-red mist, thick and dense. Dragon scales emerged from beneath Lin Ming's skin, wrapping around his entire body. His hair lengthened, growing long. His black hair seemed to become dyed with fresh blood, becoming a vivid bright red. Pa. His joints crackled and popped. His body rose, becoming taller. Red flames seemed to cover his face, condensing into a blood-red mask of curse seals. A mystic power of thunder lingered around his body, turning darker until it became a pitch-black armor of thunder that constantly flashed around him. Lin Ming had awoken the Azura blood within his body, undergoing a body metamorphosis to become an Azura death god. What kind of power is this? As everyone looked at Lin Ming, who had body metamorphosized into an Azura, and also feeling that overwhelming killing intent that poured forth from his body, even those that were standing far away felt their breath catch in their throats. The Azura blood contained billions of years of essence of the Azura Roadmaster. Now that Lin Ming stimulated it, his blood vitality roared to the limit of extreme. To all martial artists, this aura aroused an instinctual fear from within them. Lin Ming stepped forwards. The void seemed to turn into firm ground beneath his feet, even cracking apart. Dong, dong, dong. Step by step, Lin Ming became increasingly fast as he hurtled towards the ice egg. The thunder and fire heavenly tribulation atop the heretical god tree was galvanized. It flowed into the black dragon spear, causing countless star motes of thunder and fire to swirl above it. Chapter 1729, Exterminating the Undying Polar Ice. Chapter 1729, Exterminating the Undying Polar Ice. As Lin Ming rushed towards the ice egg, a sharp phoenix cry split through the endless skies. A blazing flame phoenix rushed out from the crowd of people, flying straight towards Lin Ming. That is. Everyone was shocked. That is Xiao Moxian. Some people recognized Xiao Moxian, but they didn't dare to believe it was her. At this time, even Xiao Moxian had undergone a body metamorphosis into a dark phoenix, just like Sheng Mai's ice phoenix contract beast. Both of these two phoenixes were of royal lineage. However, Sheng Mai's was an ice phoenix that was covered with ice, whereas Xiao Moxian was a dark phoenix, her entire body burning with brilliant flames. Xiao Moxian cried out, her call echoing in the heavens. Pitch-black flames shot out from her body, rolling up into the sky. After completing 2 nirvanas, she had gained the ability to transform her body into that of a true phoenix. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew through the air together, their speed becoming faster and faster, their 2 figures nearly fusing into one. Annihilating nirvanic flames completely poured into Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear's spear light spread 1,000 feet further. The tip of the spear point burned with nirvanic flames, perfectly melting together with the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation as it tore through space. Lin Ming gathered all of his potential for this strike. He opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, bringing with him billions and billions of jins of strength. In addition to the Azura blood having been awakened within him, his body felt as if it contained the strength of infinite dragons. Even if a star were to stand in front of Lin Ming, it would be shattered all the same. Such terrifying strength all rested within the dim Black Dragon Spear. As if the spear itself sensed Lin Ming's monstrous killing intent, it began to hum with excitement. Ka. It was like a black dragon soaring through the world. The thick mist around the ice egg was constantly torn apart by the Black Dragon Spear. The power of ice laws that gushed out was able to freeze anything, but even that was forcefully obliterated by the billowing power of thunder and fire. The Black Dragon Spear itself weighed more than 10 billion jins. Under such a high-speed impact, its destructive might could be imagined. Moreover, the power of thunder and fire that twisted around the shaft was able to suppress the ice laws to the limit. With Lin Ming's powerful mortal bodily strength added on as well as the blood-drenched mystic strength of the Azura blood, the power behind this strike had reached the pinnacle. Endless power of fire laws, endless power of thunder laws. Lin Ming's strike was like a bombardment of endless blood-red meteors and falling bolts of thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body roiled with inexhaustible power. His entire body had become a blazing meteor, carrying with it an indescribable momentum. Finally, he smashed into the ice egg. In one potent strike, reckless heavenly tribulation fire, nirvanic flames, destructive thunder tribulation, all of it attacked every inch of the ice egg. The entire ice egg was instantly surrounded by burning flames and raging thunder. Thunder and fire collided. Each collision could turn endless mountains and rivers to ashes, could evaporate entire seas. Underneath this strength, the seemingly inexhaustible ice law runes atop the ice egg began to tremble and break down. Ka. With a frightening sound, atop the ice egg that possessed incredible defensive powers, a crack appeared. The Azura heavenly Dao laws that Lin Ming practiced gave him an unbelievably sharp insight. Even through the savage and tyrannical onslaught of energy, he was still able to instantly deduce the location of this almost imperceptible crack. The ice laws lingered around this crack, wanting to fuse the crack back together. But, how could Lin Ming give it such a chance? In that moment, a sharp light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. The Black Dragon Spear seemed to become a flaming black dragon, directly crashing into that singular point on the ice egg. Catcher! With a loud explosion, the crack was torn open. Lin Ming grit his teeth, suppressing the severe pain in his arms, and brought the Black Dragon Spear crashing down again and again. This Black Dragon Spear was over 10 billion jins heavy. Just by wielding it, the inertia alone would cause a massive pressure to rip through Lin Ming's body. No matter how powerful Lin Ming's body was, he still couldn't withstand the burden and his muscles constantly tore. Blood rained down, gas to the flames. Lin Ming's eyes were blood red. Spear after spear, the crack grew longer and longer beneath this unprecedented barrage. Those trial challengers looking far off from the distance were shocked. Even Sheng Mai had stopped restoring her wounds, her bright eyes staring straight at Lin Ming, unblinking. This high-intensity barrage continued unabated. Every strike could easily slaughter a world king. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a junior. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the horrifying explosions of energy, wild dragon roars and resounding phoenix cries wove together. The ice egg cracked apart more and more. And at this time, Lin Ming could already feel the cruel soul sealed within the ice egg howl at him in warning. This was the overlord of the 5th level, the soul of the undying polar ice. Lin Ming diabolically grinned. He had already become an incarnation of an Asura, his killing intent blotting out the world like a demon. This cold and gloomy soul aura was only able to arouse his killing desires. You want to run away? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He could feel the soul trying to escape deep into the earth. He certainly remembered what happened when Sheng Mai attacked the undying Inferno's egg. Although the eggshell had cracked, the soul had fled underground where it slowly bred into the undying polar ice. How could Lin Ming allow the same mistake to occur twice? One difference between him and Sheng Mai was that he thoroughly understood the Asura laws. He had long been prepared for this. In an instant, countless Asura runes shot out from Lin Ming's body, locking in the space for 1,000 feet and blocking every possible escape direction of the undying polar ice's soul. In the final trial, no matter where, the Asura laws were the supreme laws, the ultimate adjudicator. It was a simple task for him to imprison the undying polar ice's soul that had lost all strength. Human, you are seeking death. The undying polar ice was enraged. Its cruel and oppressive aura spread into Lin Ming's mind, but Lin Ming only sneered, the one seeking death is you. Lin Ming burnt 20% of his blood essence with the gate of life. Then, his strength erupted once more. With his blood-stained arms, he moved the black dragon spear and stabbed it into the ice egg's crack, thrusting straight ahead. Die. Lin Ming's voice was cold and his expression was ferocious and callous. In that moment, dragons of fire and thunder burst out from the black dragon's spear, rumbling into the ice egg. Bang, bang, bang. The power of thunder and fire detonated. The inside of the ice egg was turned into a cataclysm of flames. The undying polar ice's soul was caught up in this explosion. It sent out heart-tearing screams as it was burned and refined by these flames. Human, you and I cannot live under the same skies. Then I'll suppress you and take away your chance. The Asura metamorphosized Lin Ming wildly laughed. He shot out the myriad demon karmic wheel, locking onto the undying polar ice's soul within the ice egg. At the same time, the ice egg was unable to withstand the series of explosions occurring within it, and it began to blast open. The massive ice egg started to collapse. Crash. Bang. Bang. Endless sheets of ice fell down, covering the ice and even submerging Lin Ming. In that moment, the undying polar ice had been killed by Lin Ming. Chapter 1730, Souls of Ice and Fire. Chapter 1730, Souls of Ice and Fire. After the ice egg shattered, the scattered pieces of crushed ice were swallowed up by the power of thunder and fire. Bang! With a loud blast, the heap of ice exploded, sending countless chunks of ice flying everywhere. Lin Ming raised the black dragon spear and rushed out from the ice debris. His entire body was covered with blood that was nearly frozen over. There were countless wounds on his body and muscles all over him were torn. His blood vessels had burst apart in many areas. These wounds weren't caused by just the undying polar ice, but from the fact that his body couldn't withstand the burden of the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear was simply far too heavy. Moreover, the energy needed to move it was mind-boggling. For Lin Ming to destroy the ice egg in a short time, he was forced to overdraw his energy. At this time, the power from the Asura blood had yet to leave him. He was still in his Asura body metamorphosis state, looking like a death god that crawled out from the blood ponds of hell. Bang! Crash! Behind Lin Ming, as the undying polar ice died, massive glacier began to split apart, melting in raging floods and waterfalls that flooded the land. Crazy waves soared into the sky. But because there was an invisible force field around Lin Ming, none of the water was able to approach him. It simply swept away from his side. Seeing this scene, all of the trial challengers held their breath, unable to summon any words. After Lin Ming activated the Asura blood, his aura was far too powerful. That invisible force field surrounding him gave off a deeply oppressive feeling. Besides Sheng Mai, even Dragonskar, Soulsky, and the others also felt themselves panting for breath as they faced Lin Ming's Asura slaughter energy. As for those 8 trial challengers in the distance that had fled earlier, they were even more despondent. When the ice egg exploded, their chins nearly hit the ground. They couldn't believe that the 5th level overlord, the existence that even Sheng Mai couldn't kill, had been slain by Lin Ming. How could this have happened? The undying polar ice died like this. Although the truth was before them, the 8 of them still found this reality hard to accept. This was because they had run away earlier. Even if the undying polar ice was slain, it had nothing to do with them. Maybe it hasn't died. Sheng Mai also destroyed the undying Inferno's phoenix egg, although she didn't do it so thoroughly like Lin Ming did. Even so, the undying Inferno was reborn later. Perhaps the undying polar ice has temporarily gone underground, and it hasn't died. A trial challenger said with unwillingness in his voice. He didn't want to think that after he had wavered and left earlier, this junior Lin Ming that was far younger than him had completed the seemingly impossible trial, and he had nothing to do with it. If he couldn't obtain something, he definitely didn't want others to. But at this time, the 8 people suddenly shook. A message had popped up in their minds, informing them that the 5th level trial had been completed. The 5th level overlord had really died, and their completion percentage hadn't increased at all. It's over. The 8 trial challengers stood there in a daze, their eyes losing focus. The requirement to enter the 6th level was to participate in striking down the 5th level overlord. But as for them, they had withdrawn in the final stage and had excluded themselves from the trial. In other words, their journey in the final trial had come to an end. They had missed out on entering the 6th level. As they realized this, they regretted it to the point of their intestines turning green. This was the final trial's 6th level. The 6th level, just what sort of concept was that? It was a billion-year legend. In all that time, no one had set foot in it. If they could have stepped foot in the 6th level and returned to their sect, then the honor they would have received, the glory, the worship of countless young disciples. They would also have received the rewards and lucky chances of crossing the 5th level. It might even have changed their lives and affected their future achievements. Thinking of this, not only did their livers hurt, but their hearts hurt, their balls hurt, and they felt sick as their intestines twisted into knots. The 8 of them stared at each other in dismay, wanting to smack themselves with both hands. Because of their fear, they had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, Sheng Mai, Dragon's Car, Bright Moon, and the others had all landed from the sky and were running towards Lin Ming. They had also received the message from the final trial. Although they had confirmed that the undying polar ice had died, Dragon's Car, Fanny Fafa, and the others still weren't able to regain their composure yet. Although the undying polar ice had been killed because they all worked together, the truth was that besides Sheng Mai, Lin Ming, and Xiao Moxian, the others only played a limited role in the battle. In particular Lin Ming, his performance was far too spectacular. Dragon's Car watched as Lin Ming's body metamorphosis gradually faded away, his scales vanishing into his body. He was at a loss for words. When he first saw Lin Ming, he had despised him due to a sense of superiority. But now, he gulped and obediently stood behind Sheng Mai, not daring to say anything. Originally Lin Ming was supposed to manage offense while Sheng Mai managed defense. But in the end, Sheng Mai had overdrawn her own soul force, causing her to leak blood from her lips, and even during this time Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation, adjusting his condition. Dragon's Car had certainly seen this, and he felt that all of the advantages were taken by Lin Ming and the price Sheng Mai had to pay was far too high. But during the undying polar ice's final attack, the originally meditating Lin Ming suddenly woke up and played an important role in defending against the strike. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then Sheng Mai would have burnt her source soul force and the others might have died. What Dragon's Car felt most unbelievable was that even after Lin Ming moved to help Sheng Mai defend, he still managed to kill the undying polar ice. Such a heaven-defying method truly left Dragon's Car no choice but to deeply admire him. No matter which race it was in the 33 heavens, all of them admired powerhouses. Dragon's Car's superiority originally came from Sheng Mai. He didn't believe that there was anyone in existence that could compare to her. At just the 6th revolution, there was nearly no one that could rival her talent beneath the true divinity realm. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolution, it was even more difficult to imagine. But now, Lin Ming's appearance had far surpassed Sheng Mai. The natural feeling of superiority in Dragonscar's heart was also destroyed. In the future, Lin Ming would rise to heights that were hard to imagine. It was simply impossible to judge with Dragonscar's current experiences. Lin Ming. Sheng Mai looked at Lin Ming and took a deep breath. Her voice was faint and ghostly. I originally thought that humanity's destiny had come to an end, but I never imagined that after 3-6 billion years, someone like you would appear. Perhaps, you are humanity's good fortune. Sheng Mai's words seemed like high praise towards Lin Ming, but Lin Ming heard something else. A light shined in his eyes. He asked, "Is humanity's destiny already exhausted?" Sheng Mai's words concealed a hidden meaning. That was that she believed humanity would likely perish in the Great World Calamity. Empress, are you saying that humanity will perish underneath the saints? Lin Ming pressed the question. 3-6 billion years ago, another great calamity descended. The barriers separating the 33 heavens weakened, vanished, allowing alien races to invade. During this great calamity, humanity's destiny became increasingly weak. True divinities died, geniuses were on the wane, and compared to the saints and spiriters, humanity became far, far weaker. Now, if humanity couldn't overcome this great calamity, it was likely that they would perish. Sheng Mai didn't directly respond. Instead, she vaguely said, "Within birth there is death, the cycle of samsara turns again and again. Nothing is permanent. The heavenly Tao can change, even stars can burn out, much less lives and races. 10 billion years ago, the ancient races were magnificent beyond compare, but even they vanished without a trace. In the river of time, the destruction of humanity isn't strange at all." Sheng Mai seemed as if she was speaking of eternal truths, but within her words, Lin Ming could hear a little regret and unwillingness. Sheng Mai, was she really willing to enter samsara and die? Inexplicably, Lin Ming thought of the Spiritor's holy scripture and the stone of eternal life recorded within it. Eternal life. To a martial artist, these two words were an irresistible temptation. The destruction of humanity isn't strange at all. Lin Ming silently mumbled to himself. He didn't have an answer to Sheng Mai. He would not allow humanity to be destroyed in this great calamity. The human race was his roots. Without the roots, how could the leaves survive? As Sheng Mai and Lin Ming were speaking, the cold energy that the undying polar ice gathered had already dissipated. The entire 5th level had been restored to the state it was at during the beginning. The glacier melted, turning into lakes. Even the temperature turned back to normal. And above the largest lake, a grey wheel was slowly floating. Atop this wheel, the phantoms of countless demons appeared. It looked evil to the extreme. The gazes of all trial challengers were focused on this wheel. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel, and within the center of the myriad demon karmic wheel, there were two masses of soul fire. One soul fire was flame red and emitted a terrifying heat. The other was ice blue and exuded a chilling cold. Extreme heat and extreme cold, these two masses of soul fire were sealed within the center of the myriad demon karmic wheel, peacefully coexisting with each other. Without needing to think, one could tell that these two masses of soul fire were left behind by the 5th level's overlord. The flame red soul fire was the undying inferno and the ice blue soul fire was the undying polar ice. These two masses of soul fire were rare treasures of the 5th level overlord. For a time, everyone looked at Lin Ming. As the one who had finally struck down the 5th level overlord, they would have to ask Lin Ming how he wanted to distribute these two soul fires. Lin Ming reached out his hand. The myriad demon karmic wheel flew back to him, spinning above his palm. Seeing the myriad demon karmic wheel, Sheng Mai's hands slightly moved. She could feel that this myriad demon karmic wheel contained all sorts of mysterious changes, and she was unable to see through any of them for a time. This cultivation method was obviously extraordinary. Lin Ming gently touched the myriad demon karmic wheel, guiding the ice blue soul fire to fly out. As the ice blue soul fire flew through the air, it left behind a path of frost, even freezing the void around it. From far away, The trial challengers could feel a cruel and evil aura from this mass of ice-blue flames. This was the undying polar ice's tyrannical soul. Although its body had been destroyed, its soul hadn't died. Lin Ming looked at Sheng Mai. With a flick of his fingers, this soul fire flew towards her. Soul Empress, the polar ice soul fire that the 5th level overlord left behind will be handed over to you. The remnant will of the undying polar ice is still within and it won't be easy to absorb, but I don't think this can stop the Soul Empress. During this trial, Soul Empress Sheng Mai's role was without doubt. She accounted for nearly half the effort. By all reasonable principles, half of the treasures that the 5th level overlord left should be given to her. In particular, the undying polar ice was a treasure of the extreme cold attribute. It was inestimably useful to Sheng Mai and could be considered a great lucky chance. As for the others, it was impossible for them to absorb it. Chapter 1731, Lin Ming's completion percent. Chapter 1731, Lin Ming's completion percent. Sheng Mai stretched out her pure white hands and cradled the undying polar ice's soul fire. She cultivated the ice laws and had an extremely keen insight into the power of ice. She could feel that the undying polar ice's soul fire in her hands possessed an incredibly pure and potent essence of ice. Although she had attainments in the ice laws and had absorbed many ice attribute heavenly materials, none of those heavenly materials were able to compare to the current soul fire in her hands. The rewards that the Azura Road Master left behind were truly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Mai received the undying polar ice's soul fire. She truly did need this. With this soul fire, she had hopes that her strength would be able to rise in a short period of time. This would create a much better foundation for when she had to step into the Grand Reincarnation ART's 7th revolution. And at this time, within Lin Ming's hands, there was still one more soul fire. This soul fire originated from the undying inferno and was the polar opposite of the undying polar ice. The heat emanating from this soul fire was astonishing, strong enough that it seemed as if it would melt down the void. Lin Ming's fingers moved and he formed runes of the Azura Heavenly Tao to completely seal the undying inferno's soul fire. Then, he flicked his fingers and this soul fire flew towards Xiao Moxian. Xiana, this soul fire is for you. The ball of flames fluttered through the air and into Xiao Moxian's hands. Xiao Moxian's pitch-black eyes shined as she stared at the soul fire in front of her. She could sense a strong attraction from it, as if its attributes were simply tailor-made for her. Xiao Moxian's god-beast bloodline originated from the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix originally represented the idea of destruction, and this undying inferno's soul fire also contained the attribute of destruction. As long as she absorbed this soul fire, then she could complete her 3rd nirvana in a short period of time, allowing her strength to further increase and break into the Holy Lord realm. However, Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming and hesitated for a moment. Big brother Lin, you also cultivate the fire laws. If your heavenly tribulation fire absorbs this soul fire, it will likely evolve once more. If you give this to me, then there's nothing left for you. Moreover, you have to open the 3rd Dao Palace soon. If I remember correctly, the 3rd Dao Palace is the extreme polar Dao Palace, and you need to form the foundation of the Dao Palace with the source energies within you. Big brother Lin's 2 source energies should be fire and thunder, but in order to continue you will need a top-grade thunder source and top-grade fire elemental to form the foundation of the 3rd Dao Palace. This undying inferno's soul fire is just perfect for that. As Xiao Moxian spoke, Lin Ming shook his head. When I form the foundation for the extreme polar Dao Palace, it's enough for me to use an Empyrean-level fire elemental and thunder source. As for the undying inferno's soul fire, the truth is that it isn't a fire elemental at all, and its characteristics are too strong. Trying to use it to form the foundation for the extreme polar Dao Palace is far too wasteful. Moreover, I would need to find a thunder source on the same level, which would be nearly impossible. Currently, the soul fire in Xiao Moxian's palm could be considered peak true divinity in grade. If Lin Ming used such precious flames to form a part of the 3rd Dao Palace's foundation, that was simply wasting the treasures of heaven. Moreover, Lin Ming dual cultivated fire and thunder. If his attributes were imbalanced, then that wouldn't be good for him at all. Rather, if he were to leave it to Xiao Moxian, someone who only cultivated the fire laws, then she would be able to display the peak potential of this soul fire. And, the more powerful Xiao Moxian was, the more advantages Lin Ming would have when they dual cultivated. As Lin Ming said this, Xiao Moxian didn't decline anymore. She carefully took the sealed soul fire and put it away. As for the fire elemental that Lin Ming needed for the third Dao Palace, Xiao Moxian also seemed to have some possible ideas. At this time, Lin Ming turned to everyone else. He said, "I'm sorry. The fifth-level overlord only left behind 2 treasures. After dividing them, there isn't anything left for you all. If I find some precious spirit treasures or materials from the next level, I will offer them to you all first. What do you think?" Hearing Lin Ming's apologetic tone, Fanny Fafa chuckled. "Brother Lin, where do those words come from? In truth, from start to finish we haven't been able to help much at all, especially me. Even if I did help several times, what I used were Brother Lin's divine runic symbols. At the end, we all had to depend on Brother Lin, the Soul Empress, and Miss Xiana in order to bring down the 5th-level overlord. Basically, all of us have already benefited far more than we put in. Not only did our completion percentage increase considerably, but we also have a chance of experiencing the legendary 6th level. If any of us were to think of divvying up your treasures at this time, then our facial skin would be far too thick." Everyone approved of Fanny Fafa's words. In the battle, they had only been able to play a limited role. It was fine for Lin Ming to be polite to them, but it went against all their morals to take advantage of the situation and demand treasures. To be able to obtain more completion percentage was something they were more than satisfied with. As for those 8 trial challengers that had withdrawn earlier and thus didn't participate in bringing down the undying polar ice, all of them had despondent expressions and were sick with regret. As everyone was discussing rewards, another piece of information appeared in their minds. And, this information was their current completion percentage after striking down the 5th-level overlord. Immediately, everyone held their breath, their minds alert. If everything went as expected, this completion percentage would be their final result. None of them thought they would be able to pass the 6th level. Lin Ming also focused his mind and carefully listened to his own completion percentage. He didn't know what his performance in the 5th level was like. The final trial was just far too difficult. He didn't have any hopes that he would be able to perfectly complete it. Lin Ming looked up and subconsciously glanced at Sheng Mai. He saw that Sheng Mai was also looking at him. 2 pairs of eyes met. Sheng Mai faintly smiled and didn't speak. It was clear that they were both curious as to what the other's result was. The results were soon confirmed. Everyone glanced at each other, a happy expression on their faces. "What are all your completion percentages?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "I am 71%. That's far better than what I was thinking." Fanny Fafa was the first to speak. As long as one could obtain at least 70%, that was an extremely good result. If Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince hadn't been massacred by Lin Ming on the 4th level, their final completion percentage might be around 75. Only an unrivaled genius of an entire race would be able to surpass 80%. "Mine is 72%. Mine is 70%. Mo Bright Moon and Suya each said. When they passed through the Gate of Laws, their completion percentage was in the 30s. After passing through the 4th level and the Divine Seal Altar, their completion percentage grew by another 26 to 27%. As for the 5th level, they obtained less than 10% for defeating the Undying Inferno and Undying Polar Ice. This was because their contributions to the battle weren't too much. Even so, they were more than satisfied. Their completion percentage from the 5th floor was like a free reward. If it weren't for Lin Ming and Sheng Mai, they wouldn't have received anything at all. Everyone looked at Moon Pond and Soul Sky. The 2 of them seemed to have an amazing background and their talent was superb. Their completion percentage should be relatively high. 77%. Mine is 78%. The 2 people spoke. Moon Pond's completion percentage was a point higher than Solski's. This was because Moon Pond's supportive cultivation method had played a significant role in defending against the undying polar ice. Then, there was Dragon's Car. His completion percentage was 79, just shy of reaching 80. What a pity, someone said. Dragonscar shook his head. It's not a pity at all. If Lin Ming didn't kill the undying polar ice, then my score would have been at most 76%. As Dragonscar spoke, he turned Lin Ming. What he was interested in the most was what Lin Ming, Sheng Mai, and Xiao Moxian's final scores were. Without a doubt, all three of them should surpass 85%. In fact, when the undying inferno transformed into the undying polar ice, Lin Ming's completion percentage was already 85. As for Sheng Mai, she was just a tad over Lin Ming, with 86%. This time, it was hard to imagine how high their completion percentage would go. Would it possibly be at 90%? This incredulous thought immediately flashed through many people's minds. Everyone held their breath, and there was even a bit of awe as they looked at Lin Ming. 90%, that was truly a myth. It could be said someone who was bound to become a true divinity would reach around 85, 87, or 88%. It was also because of this that they all faintly felt that wanting to reach 90% was just impossible. Xiana, what did you get? Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian. 87, Xiao Moxian smoothed out her hair and chuckled, revealing two cute canines as she smiled at Lin Ming. This number left everyone sucking in a breath of cold air. 87%. Without a doubt, that was truly at the level to become a true divinity. In other words, the young black-clothed girl that stood beside Lin Ming would become a true divinity in the future. Although no one was surprised by this result, to have the final trial approve and recognize this result, everyone still found it hard to accept. This was because in their original impression, this black-clothed girl was only Lin Ming's woman. And if his woman was so powerful, how could there still be any justice left in the world? Soul Empress. Lin Ming looked at Sheng Mai. Sheng Mai thought for a moment and then calmly said, I have 2 points more than Miss Xiana. 89%. Someone cried out in shock. This number was just 1 point from reaching 90%. Too great. Dragonscar couldn't help but grip his fists behind Sheng Mai, excited from his heart. It had to be known that Sheng Mai was only in her 6th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation art. At this pace, she would be able to break past 90% during her 7th revolution. As for the 8th and 9th revolution, that would be even higher. Sheng Mai could clearly see Dragonscar's thoughts. She shook her head, saying, You're overthinking this. Even during my 7th revolution, it will be impossible for me to break this record. During the 7th revolution, if I come alone, it will be impossible for me to kill the 5th level overlord. And if I ask someone to help, our completion percentage will inevitably be divided, thus 89% is already my limit. The only exception is if I can perfectly pass the Azura level gate of laws. As Sheng Mai spoke, everyone was left flabbergasted. Sheng Mai said she was stuck at 89%. Although this was only a single percent from 90, the truth was that this single percent was a massive gap. Thus it could be seen just how great the disparity was from a completion percentage in the 80s and one at 90. As everyone was thinking this, they recalled Sheng Mai's words and seemed to remember something. They all looked towards Lin Ming. When Sheng Mai said that she would need to perfectly pass the Azura level gate of laws to reach 90%, hadn't Lin Ming passed through that? If so, Sir Lin, your completion percentage. Suya's voice trembled as she asked this. Lin Ming took a light breath and then said, My completion percentage is 92%. Chapter 1732, The 6th Level. Chapter 1732, The 6th Level. 92%. For a time, all the trial challengers fell quiet. Although they had already thought that Lin Ming's completion percentage would surpass 90%, after confirming this result, they still felt shocked and found it difficult to respond. He had really surpassed 90%. Disregarding 90, even 85 was incredibly rare in the world. Before, in the eyes of the trial challengers, 85 was a nearly unachievable goal. 92. Sheng Mai took a deep breath, her eyes looking at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had surpassed 90%. This was a result she had already expected. For the gap between 89 and 90, Lin Ming had already taken the first step and crossed it. "You're 3 points higher than me, but in the Gate of Laws, your completion percentage was higher than mine by 5 points. Logically speaking, when passing through the 5th level and killing the 5th level overlord, Sheng Mai's contributions to the battle were similar to Lin Ming's. Moreover, Lin Ming had been the one to cast out the final strike. If so, then Lin Ming's completion percentage he obtained in the 5th level should be no lower than Sheng Mai's. In other words, Lin Ming's current completion percentage should be 5 higher than Sheng Mai's, and should be at 94%. But the truth was that Lin Ming's completion percentage was only 92. It seemed that after reaching 90, any further growth was extremely difficult. Compared to the previous times, completion percentage was twice as hard to obtain. If this were true, then Sheng Mai even suspected whether 100% completion was possible in the final trial. Lin Ming was also having similar thoughts. He could faintly feel that perfectly completing the final trial was an impossibility. "Sir Lin, your results are truly unprecedented since the past, and matchless in the future." Suya looked at Lin Ming, already at a loss for what to say. She never imagined that the young Divine Runic Master she casually encountered at the Divine Runic Masters Guild could create such a miracle. And this is only the 5th level. If we enter the 6th level and Sir Lin completes it, won't he reach 95%? If it was 95%, that was even more unimaginable. 95%. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He felt that the 6th level might be completely different from what he had imagined. It would be likely extremely difficult to pass the 6th level, or even impossible. "I think that our current completion percentage is already rather high. If we pass the 6th level, then the Soul Empress will cross 90% and Xiana also might surpass 90%. I believe that things might not be as we think." "Millimeter? Sir Lin, are you saying?" Mo Bright Moon said, her thoughts stirring. "The 6th level won't be simple. No matter what it is, let's restore ourselves before we step into the 6th level." Lin Ming had already become one of the main pillars of the group. His prestige in the team was no less than that of Sheng Mai. Everyone followed Lin Ming's idea and began to sit down and meditate. Before, they had consumed far too much energy, especially Dragonscar and Moonpond. Dragonscar's entire body was bathed in blood and Moonpond's spiritual sea had been damaged. As for Mo Bright Moon, Suya, and the others, they had nearly used up all the divine runic symbols Lin Ming had passed to them. After stepping into the 6th level, their performance would depend on their own strength. It could be imagined that the 6th level was far more terrifying than the 5th. With their strength, it was unlikely they could play a large role. Sheng Mai and Xiao Moxian chose not to absorb the soul fires yet. The soul fires left behind by the Undying Inferno and Undying Polar Ice were extraordinary treasures. If they wanted to absorb them, they would have to make a long series of preparations, wait until they were in their peak condition, and then find the safest and quietest environment they could before slowly absorbing the soul fires. This was to prevent any accidents from occurring. The environment of the final trial was clearly not suitable to do all of this. As the people were resting, the space nodes hidden in the 5th level appeared. An invisible power of space gathered and slowly spun, forming a purple portal. This was the entrance to the 6th level. Looking at this mysterious space portal, everyone felt a little unsure. No one knew where this space portal went or what lay behind it. Time slowly passed. Sitting in meditation, Lin Ming was surrounded by a faint vortex of origin energy. His body that had been torn by wielding the black dragon spear began to regenerate at a visible speed. His muscles grew back and his meridians recovered. In just 2 hours, Lin Ming had healed his outer wounds. After another 4 hours, Lin Ming had adjusted his body to its peak condition. He slowly opened his eyes. "Have you all recovered?" "I have no problem." Sheng Mai's voice was indifferent. Out of everyone here, Sheng Mai had consumed the most strength, but her restoration speed was mind-boggling. This startled Lin Ming. It was like Sheng Mai had no weaknesses at all. If it weren't for her being suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm, Lin Ming had no idea just how terrifying her strength would be. "Let's go." Lin Ming stood up and started to move towards the mysterious portal. They had already come this far, there was no reason to back down. Lin Ming walked at the front, followed closely behind by Xiao Moxian. Then there was Sheng Mai and Dragon's Car, followed by Mo Brightmoon and her group. Finally, there was Moon Pond and Soul Sky. The space portal was right in front of them. The deep purple surface of the portal was like a mirror. Lin Ming didn't slow down, he stepped right in. In that moment, Lin Ming felt space and time distort around him. He couldn't see anything clearly, and even his own consciousness seemed to be isolated. It was like a long time had passed, but also as if everything had happened in an instant. The surroundings became clear once more. Lin Ming discovered that he had arrived in a completely independent space. As he looked behind himself, he saw that Xiao Moxian, Sheng Mai, and the others that had followed him had all disappeared. Millimeter? I'm the only one left. Lin Ming was startled. Could this 6th level be a solo trial? All of these thoughts flooded Lin Ming's mind. He carefully examined his surroundings and discovered he was standing in a chaotic space with mystical law lines all around him. There was no earth beneath his feet, and it looked like he was standing on the void. But it seemed incomparably real, and it was also extremely flat. This is... Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could see that not too far away, there was a massive ancient bronze book that was covered with plain and simple words. Seeing these writings, Lin Ming's heart shook. These words were Asura Sutra, Volume 2. Asura Sutra. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Through the years on the Asura Road, a great deal of his accomplishments were in part thanks to the Asura Sutra. But Lin Ming only knew the first volume of the Asura Sutra, and his understandings were incomplete. Now, he finally saw the second volume of the Asura Sutra in front of him. The second volume of the Asura Sutra. Just what was recorded within? The Asura Road Master's Asura Sutra stood independent of the laws of 33 heavens, but also simultaneously covered the 3 great categories of essence, energy, and soul. The first volume of the Asura Sutra that Lin Ming had seen before focused on the body transformation system. What could this one be? Lin Ming took a deep breath and carefully walked up to the Asura Sutra. It seemed that the 6th level didn't have a test, but was a reward level for trial challengers. As he thought about it, the first and second levels of the final trial had been tests that were filled with perils. As for the 3rd level, there weren't any dangers there, only rewards. At the same time, the 4th and 5th levels were also filled with dangers. Following this pattern, the 6th level should be a rewards level. If my reward is the Asura Sutra, what rewards will the others obtain? As Lin Ming stepped in front of this ancient bronze book, he saw that it was exactly the same as the one he saw in the bronze immortal temple within the God-Beast tomb array. This ancient book had stood tall here for countless years. It was a heaven-shaking sacred text that recorded the secrets with which the Asura Road Master surpassed the realm of true divinity. However, with Lin Ming's current level, there were far too many areas within the first and second volumes of the Asura Sutra that he couldn't understand. He could only remember these things and then slowly digest them, perceiving them over time. Lin Ming bowed towards the ancient book. Just as he was about to open the cover, he discovered that behind this ancient book was also a bronze coffin. This bronze coffin was wrapped with thick chains, and carved on the surface of it were the images of numerous fierce demons. All of them seemed lifelike, as if they could leap out at any moment. Chapter 1733, Divine. Chapter 1733, Divine. Bronze coffin. Looking at the ancient bronze coffin behind the bronze book, Lin Ming's first thought was of the ancient bronze coffin within the immortal temple and the essence spirit embryo stone that had been sealed within. Could there be a similar avatar within this one? This thought inevitably crossed Lin Ming's mind. The Asura Sutra that the Asura Road Master created covered a breadth of laws that was far too vast to imagine. Inevitably, there was a situation where there were laws that were not suitable for the Asura Road Master to cultivate. The 33 heavenly Taos were all-encompassing. There were cultivation methods more suited for the spiriters and cultivation methods more suited for the saints. No matter how heaven-defying one's physique was, it was impossible for a singular person to cultivate all laws. Thus, even if one spent 100 million years cultivating certain laws, one still might not have any noticeable achievements in them. Even the Azura Roadmaster wasn't able to avoid such a situation. Thus, the Azura Roadmaster created a system of avatars. By using his source essence, energy, or divine, or even all sorts of heavenly materials, he could refine his own avatar. Then, he could divide a part of his consciousness and seal it into the avatar. These avatars could be used to cultivate laws that his main body couldn't. When these avatars reached large success in their cultivation, they could reintegrate with the main body. When all of these avatars fused as one, he could break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Realizing all of this, Lin Ming began to grow hot with excitement. He already possessed the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone that could cultivate body transformation laws. Then, what sort of avatar was within this second bronze coffin? The Essence Gathering System? Soul Forging System? Lin Ming didn't immediately open the ancient bronze coffin. Rather, he opened the snap lock on the bronze book and began to turn the pages. On the title page of the ancient book, the few first words were, "If the heavens have a path, then I shall follow the heavenly Tao. If the heavens give me no path, then I shall establish my own heavens." These words were drawn illustriously with magnificent strokes, like winding horned dragons. Just by looking at them, one found it hard to breathe and their soul would shake. This wasn't the first time that Lin Ming had seen such words. These words were the basis of the Azura Sutra. Within the lines of words was a daring boldness and aggressiveness that left one filled with dread and awe. Moreover, these were not mere empty words, because when the Azura Roadmaster had written, "Then I shall establish my own heavens," he had indeed achieved this. This great Azura Road was the heavens which the Azura Roadmaster created. I wonder whether I'll be able to create my own great world after cultivating the laws of the 33 heavens. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he turned the page and began reading the text of the Azura Sutra. Each word in the Azura Sutra seemed to contain an endless demonic atmosphere. Just by looking at it, one felt as if their soul was being sucked in. Lin Ming even felt that the words themselves had a soul, that they were living. This discovery left Lin Ming shaken. Perhaps, the truth was that these writings were like soul curse seals. Like the souls of dead powerhouses that were sealed within the myriad demon karmic wheel, perhaps these writings were similar sealed souls that were then used to create word. If this were so, this Azura Sutra Volume 2 would have been written using the souls of billions and trillions of powerhouses. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt a tinge of fear and apprehension. If this Azura Sutra Volume 2 was written with souls, could this Azura Sutra Volume 2 be about the divine? The Azura Sutra was comprised of 3 volumes. The first volume of essence, and if the second volume was divine, then the third was undoubtedly about energy. And if the Azura Sutra third volume wasn't here, could this mean that Lin Ming's completion percentage wasn't enough? Maybe, if I surpass 90%, then I can read the second volume of the Azura Sutra, and in order to gain the third volume, I will need to obtain 95%, or even 100%. Lin Ming frowned as he thought of this. He was feeling a bit worried. Was it really possible to pass through the 5th level and obtain perfection in the final trial? In the 5th level, Lin Ming had Sheng Mai's help when facing down the undying inferno and undying polar ice. Even then he had only just been able to pass. According to his previous experiences in the final trial, it was simply impossible to perfectly pass. Moreover, his final completion percent had been 92. This number didn't seem balanced at all. This was because after Lin Ming passed the first level he had obtained 20% completion. After perfectly passing the Azura level gate of laws, his completion percent was 45. After the 4th, it was 60%. After the Divine Seal Altar, 75%. Throughout these tests, he had perfectly completed them all the way until he arrived at the 5th level. And after overcoming the 5th level, his completion percent was only 92. This caused Lin Ming to feel faintly offended. He even suspected that the truth was that it was impossible to perfectly pass the 5th level. According to what Sheng Mai had said, the 5th level required the cooperation of a team. Perhaps this was because the 5th level was too difficult, thus everyone had no choice but to join forces. If a person could pass through the 5th level by themselves, What completion percent would they be at? Would it be 95%? Thinking this, Lin Ming felt more and more that he wouldn't be able to obtain the complete Ajura Sutra. He shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. He continued to read through the Ajura Sutra, withstanding the soul pressure from the words and carefully reading through them. At the pulse condensation realm, Lin Ming had already developed a photographic memory. Even so, he found it incredibly straining to remember the writings within the Ajura Sutra. This was because the exterior appearance of these words wasn't important at all. The most important factor was that every word contained its own concept, and wanting to remember these concepts was a massive challenge. Moreover, there were law lines between every word. Wanting to memorize these lines was also no trifling matter. If Lin Ming hadn't already perceived the contents of the Ajura Sutra first volume, wanting to memorize the second volume would have been far, far harder. How unfortunate. It would be much better if I could carry away the Ajura Sutra. Lin Ming couldn't help but develop such thoughts. Now that he read the Ajura Sutra, he realized his cultivation boundary was simply too low compared to the Ajura Roadmasters. There were many things he couldn't understand, so he could only forcefully remember them. As time passed, Lin Ming would eventually gain a higher understanding of the Ajura Sutra. But, if he wanted to confirm these understandings, he would need to compare them to the original copy of the Ajura Sutra. If he tried to verify his comprehensions with memorized images, it would eventually be limited. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to obtain a thorough and complete comprehension of the Ajura Heavenly Tao. As these thoughts passed through Lin Ming's mind, he looked back at the ancient bronze book in front of him. With a little bit of unwillingness in his heart, he tried his best to push the ancient bronze book. As he expected, it didn't budge even a single bit. This Ajura Sutra couldn't be taken away. He could only reluctantly accept this fact. Lin Ming sat down in front of the ancient bronze book, adjusting his mindset as he started to calmly comprehend the Ajura Sutra Volume 2. This Ajura Sutra Volume 2 focused on the road of soul forging, and page after page was filled with all sorts of mysterious law lines and words. It was extremely arduous for Lin Ming to read through it and memorize the contents. He had to withstand the soul pressure from the words and simultaneously consume a tremendous amount of soul force. Soon, Lin Ming felt that he had overdrawn his soul force. Whenever this occurred, Lin Ming would use a soul recovery symbol and meditate with the divine mist heart mantra. After recovering part of his soul force, he would start reading through the Ajura Sutra once more. Time slowly drifted by. Like this, 10 days and 10 nights passed. Lin Ming finally read through the Ajura Sutra Volume 2 and barely managed to memorize the contents within. As Lin Ming expected, the first and second volumes of the Ajura Sutra were similar. In order to practice them, one needed to form an avatar. Moreover, the requirements to create this avatar were extremely harsh. A martial artist had to split apart 30% of their divine soul to create an avatar or refine one using miracle materials of the heavens and earth. If Lin Ming took the first path, then it would cause his divine soul to be extremely weakened for a long time, leaving him in a precarious state. He would also need all sorts of heavenly materials to make up for the damage to his soul. To the current Lin Ming, this was an unacceptable route. With the great calamity before him, he was trying every possible method to increase his own strength, so how could he possibly weaken his own divine soul? Luckily, there was the ancient bronze coffin behind the book of the Ajura Sutra Volume 2. Without a doubt, this ancient bronze coffin contained a divine soul avatar left behind by the Ajura Roadmaster. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming walked over to the ancient bronze coffin. This ancient bronze coffin had lain here for billions of years, yet not a single speck of dust marred its surface. Lin Ming remained in front of the ancient bronze coffin for a long time. Then, he deeply bowed towards it. With both hands, he gently caressed the surface of the ancient coffin and felt the thick chains that bound it. These heavy chains were made from some unknown divine metal. Every chain link was carved with strange runes of the Ajura Heavenly Tao. These runes seemed to have been washed through the infinite river of time, but the power of laws within was still as dense as before. All around them, Lin Ming could clearly feel an invisible force field. The function of this force field wasn't to defend against foreign invasions and attacks, but to seal. It was used to seal away whatever was in the ancient bronze coffin. Just what was the soul-forging avatar within the ancient bronze coffin? Lin Ming's thoughts began to race. In the past, the first avatar that the Azura Road Master left behind was refined from an essence spirit embryo stone. That essence spirit embryo stone was a rare world stone that accumulated heaven and earth origin energy. Only after passing through billions and billions of years and undergoing all sorts of lucky chances could such a stone be bred. The Azura Road Master had taken this miraculous wonder stone and used it to create the essence energy avatar. And now, the Azura Sutra Volume 2 Divine Soul Avatar. Just what had the Azura Road Master used to create it? Facing this unknown object, Lin Ming felt a bit wary. He sat in meditation for 4 hours, restoring himself to his peak condition. Then, he stood up. He faced the ancient coffin and formed seals with his hands. In an instant, tens of thousands of Azura law runes were shot out. These Azura law runes echoed with the runes atop the chains. For a time, the entire ancient coffin radiated a dim shimmery haze. Then, crackling sounds filled the air. The chains binding the ancient coffin began to release themselves. Chapter 1734, Emperor Jade. Chapter 1734, Emperor Jade. Pressing his hands over the lid of the ancient bronze coffin, Lin Ming released the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Strength erupted within his body, rising to tens of billions of jins. With a loud rumbling sound, the dustless lid that had lain over the ancient bronze coffin for billions of years was pushed open by Lin Ming, and as Lin Ming pushed open the cover, the entire 6th level began to shake, as if some ancient great beast was awakening here. Ka. The ground shook and everything began to collapse in massive tracts, revealing a pitch-black abyss. And from this abyss, a massive black divine stone slowly rose out. This is... Lin Ming's mind shook. Unconsciously, his hands stopped pushing open the ancient coffin's lid. His eyes looked down and fixed upon that massive black divine stone. This black divine stone was clearly a sculpture, and one that he had seen before. This sculpture was the same as the giant stone sculpture in the Azura level Gate of Laws. It was a sculpture of an Azura war god. This Azura war god grasped a black dragon spear and wore a suit of battle armor. His body was covered in dragon scales and his hair was wild and free, his momentum awe-inspiring. Standing in front of this Azura sculpture, Lin Ming could feel a rich slaughter energy rolling off of it, making it difficult to breathe. Even his heart was flooded with tyrannical, archaic, and unbelievably cruel emotions, making one almost lose their sense of self. In the 6th level, this Azura war god sculpture had reappeared after opening the ancient bronze coffin. Just what was this sculpture made from? Lin Ming was somewhat startled. If the 6th level contained such a mechanic, there had to be some special significance to it. Lin Ming's first guess was that the soul avatar that the Azura Road Master forged might be sealed within this Azura war god sculpture. But, he soon rejected this idea. This was because after pushing open the ancient bronze coffin, he was able to sense a vast soul aura coming from within it. It was clear that the soul avatar was slumbering within the coffin. Then this Azura sculpture. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and walked towards the sculpture. As he carefully probed it, he faintly discovered that there was an extremely potent power of space laws contained within it. All of the power of space within the 6th level seemed to be attracted by the sculpture and was slowly converging towards it. This is a space node? Lin Ming thought. There was a space node contained within the Azura sculpture, and in the final trial, this sort of space node undoubtedly represented the entrance to the next level. The 7th level. Lin Ming took a deep breath. If the 6th level was only for rewards, then going by previous experiences, his completion percentage wouldn't increase here. The truly difficult to pass test would be the 7th level, and this level would inevitably be far more difficult than the 5th level. Even Lin Ming didn't believe he had the slightest chance of passing the level. He could try to go as far as he could in the 7th level with the mindset of obtaining as much completion percentage as possible. The space node to enter the 7th level is actually sealed in the Azura sculpture. I wonder what the meaning behind it is. Is there something special about this sculpture? Lin Ming thought it was strange. It would be reasonable for the entrance to the 7th level to directly open, but the entrance was actually sealed within the Azura sculpture. Lin Ming's first thought was that this Azura sculpture might be related to some test. In the final trial, from the 2nd to 3rd level he had to pass through the Gate of Laws, and from the 4th level to 5th level he had to ascend the Divine Seal Altar. These two passages between levels hadn't been easy to pass at all. Thus, if this Azura sculpture was some sort of test, then it wouldn't be surprising at all. As Lin Ming was thinking this, a strange image suddenly caught his attention. He discovered that atop the Azura sculpture's war armor, there were 3 grooves lying side by side, and Lin Ming had seen the shape of these grooves before. Near these grooves, there were also several lines of characters carved into the stone. These words were in the same language as the Azura Sutra. What they said was, 33 heavens, Azura inheritance, passed down to the unrivaled genius, passed down to the one with great destiny, passed down to the fated one. The word of fate, to be predestined or not. If you are fated, then even through the endless universes you will still find my inheritance, but if you are not fated, then even if your talent is unrivaled you shall never enter the gate. I left behind 3 Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. The Emperor Jades have spiritual powers, and if you are fated then they shall fall into your hands. If you lack fate, then no matter how much hardship you undergo to find them you shall never succeed. Bring the 3 Emperor Jades to this land and open wide the gates to the 7th level. Lin Ming was startled after reading these carved words beside the grooves. The final inheritance of the Azura Road. In order to receive it, one needed to be an unrivaled existence, possess a great destiny, and also be the fated one. A trial challenger required all 3 of these characteristics in order to obtain the approval of the inheritance. The first several levels of the final trial, including the entire test that was the Azura Road itself, could be considered repeated verifications of a trial challenger's talent and destiny. But in order to go from the 6th level to the 7th level, one needed fate. The manifestation of the symbol of fate was to possess the 3 token Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. Only by simultaneously possessing all 3 Emperor Jades could one enter the 7th level. Lin Ming took a deep breath and retrieved 2 jade pendants from his spatial ring. Rather, it was more accurate to say that there was 1 complete jade pendant and 1 fragment. This complete jade pendant had been obtained by Lin Ming in the Hunter game. Because of this jade pendant, Lin Ming had been able to enter God Burying Ridge, fall into Tragic Death Valley, and escape from there and continually pass through absolute killing zones. Utilizing those killing zones, Lin Ming had brought down 3 top masters, Mr. Ju, Mr. Ashmurder, and Tian Mingzi. It could be said that Lin Ming's life was saved because of this Emperor Jade. As for the Emperor Jade fragment, Lin Ming had bought that from Old Shue's stall at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Old Shue didn't know what this Emperor Jade fragment was, but his intuition told him it was unusual. Yet no matter how much he studied it over the years, he had never been able to discern its secrets. Finally, he thought it was some Empyrean spirit treasure fragment and sold it to Lin Ming. Because this Emperor Jade fragment had too many flaws in the Azura Dao patterns within it, it wasn't too valuable. Even so, Lin Ming kept it in his spatial ring. Now, taking out these 2 Emperor Jades, they just happened to match with the shape of the grooves. Without a doubt, he would have to collect all 3 Emperor Jades and then place them in the grooves to open the portal to the 7th level. If he couldn't, then he could only stare helplessly on at the entrance to the 7th level, but without the ability to enter. This sort of rule. Lin Ming was speechless. According to any common logic, in the massive Azura Road, to find 3 tiny Emperor Jades was as difficult as searching for a needle in the endless ocean. It could even be called an impossible mission. But, according to that Azura Roadmaster's viewpoint, these 3 Emperor Jades were extraordinary. They were Emperor Jades of fate, and possessed strange and incredible laws. As long as one's fate reached a certain point, one wouldn't even need to look for these Emperor Jades, but they would take the initiative to seek out the person instead. If one couldn't collect all 3 Emperor Jades, then one could only say that their fate was lacking. My fate is lacking. Lin Ming looked at the whole Emperor Jade and the Emperor Jade fragment in his hands, bitterly smiling. He thought that his lucky chances were enormous to be able to obtain 2 Emperor Jades so far, but after entering the 6th level he realized that his fate was insufficient. In order to enter the 7th level he needed to obtain all 3 Emperor Jades. Moreover, the 2nd Emperor Jade in his hands was already fragmented. If it was a token left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, how could it break apart so easily? This question flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He felt that this didn't make sense at all. He tarried in front of the sculpture for some time. Then, after some hesitation, he tried to place the 2 Emperor Jades into their respective grooves. These 3 grooves were in different shapes. Lin Ming first put in the complete Emperor Jade, the shape fit in perfectly. Then, Lin Ming tried to fit in the Emperor Jade fragment into another groove. At this time, something startling occurred. When the broken Emperor Jade was placed into the groove, it suddenly began to emit a dim light. Countless motes of light gathered into the Emperor Jade, and in the next moment the Emperor Jade melted into liquid light that covered the entire groove. Millimeter? This is... Lin Ming's eyes widened. After several breaths of time the liquid slowly solidified, forming the complete Emperor Jade that perfectly fit into the groove. The Emperor Jades can repair themselves? Lin Ming mumbled, dumbfounded. If so, then even if the Emperor Jade was shattered into several fragments it would be fine as long as he could obtain one. To him, this could just reluctantly be called good news. But, he simply had no clues about the whereabouts of the 3rd Emperor Jade. Where would he be able to find it? Chapter 1735, Soul Spring Divine Embryo. Chapter 1735, Soul Spring Divine Embryo. The appearance of the Emperor Jades also announced that Lin Ming's adventure through the final trial had come to an end. No matter what, it was impossible for him to find the 3rd Emperor Jade anytime soon. With this, his final trial completion percentage was 92. The truth was that in the trial of the 5th level, Lin Ming hadn't been able to perfectly complete it. In the end, he was simply too young and his comprehension of laws was lacking. After he became a world king or empyrean and then returned to the final trial once more, he might be able to perfectly complete the 5th level. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Ming stepped in front of the ancient bronze coffin. He placed his hand on the coffin lid, his body straining as it bent like a bow. His muscles tensed and strength surged from his feet. Lin Ming pushed open the ancient coffin's lid once more, thoroughly opening it. The moment that the ancient coffin was opened, Lin Ming took a deep breath and drew backwards. The phoenix blood spear had already leapt into his hands. A raging strength surged in Lin Ming's meridians. He looked at the ancient coffin with his guard up in order to prevent any possible dangers. The heavy ancient coffin quietly lay on the invisible land of the 6th level. After being opened by Lin Ming, there was no movement from within. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. All he saw was a pitch-black aura, shimmering with glittering runes, gushing over the edges of the ancient coffin. It was impossible to see what was inside. However, those waves of black aura caused his heart to sway. It was like there was an endless abyss contained within, bringing with it a mystical strength that seemed as if it could swallow his consciousness. What a vigorous and pure soul force. Lin Ming was shocked. He suddenly realized that the pitch-black aura that was overflowing from the coffin like a waterfall was actually soul force so dense that it had substantialized. Even though his soul force had been tempered harder than diamonds, it was still seriously influenced. He could feel an inexplicable danger. As if there was something dangerous lying dormant beneath that black fog. Open. After rushing all the way to the 6th level, Lin Ming's will and decisiveness were incomparably solid. Although this black fog soul force was terrifying, it only served to stimulate his curiosity even more. The phoenix blood spear had been through countless slaughters and had been tempered numerous times by Lin Ming. Thrusting out the spear, it was like a blood phoenix flew forth. Endless mystic strength shined and even runes seemed to fall like large glowing stars. Bang! In a moment, hundreds of millions of spear lights were shot out at once. The fog of soul force that seemed as if it came from nether springs emitted a crackling sound. The soul force suddenly scattered as it was forcefully shaken out. Ra! With a sudden loud roar, a demonic energy filled with cruelty rushed out from the ancient coffin. A pitch-black demonic energy formed into a giant demon hand. It sparkled with dark metallic light and clashed with the phoenix blood spear. Lin Ming was forced backwards several steps, each step pressing down with 10 billion jins of force. Every step he took cracked open the void and his blood vitality tumbled. He suddenly found his steps unsteady. As for that demon hand, it faded after colliding with the phoenix blood spear. Then, the contents of the ancient coffin were revealed to Lin Ming. As he clearly saw what was inside, his pupils shrank. This is. Within the coffin, a massive body appeared, one over 50 feet high that exuded the boundless pressure of a king. This body wore a black crown emblazoned with purple and gold designs as well as a black 9-dragon robe. This black purple-gold crown was covered with strings of pearls, each pearl as large as a person's skull. Each one was formed from a demon king, each of them roaring and howling and releasing a fierce and sinister aura. The entire purple-gold crown had countless strings of pearls covering it. In other words, there were countless demons struggling atop it. As for the black 9-dragon robe, it was flowing with 9 true dragons that were brimming with death energy. They winded about the robe, carrying an indescribably massive soul force. Occasionally, the head of a dragon would drill out of the robe, its crimson greed-filled eyes staring at Lin Ming. This is the divine soul avatar refined by the Azura Road Master. Lin Ming's eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the 9-dragon imperial robe. Suddenly, he could feel a rush of heat within his body. The suppressed Azura blood in his body surged and Lin Ming was able to catch a glimpse of something unusual. In the space of the final trial, the Azura heavenly Tao laws were ubiquitous, pervading every inch of this land. As the Azura blood throbbed, Lin Ming was able to discover that this demon king's demonic energy body was not a true material body, but one that was created from resentment and violence-filled soul force. And deeper within, there was an even darker and vaster soul force. That mass of soul force was as vast as the ocean. As the Azura heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming sent in to probe touched this soul force, they were immediately swallowed clean. This is the Nether Springs divine embryo. In the past, when I fought the ancient races, cutting down countless rulers, the souls of these sovereigns were used by me, tempered in the great Tao of the 33 heavens and cast into this Nether Springs divine embryo. This Nether Springs divine embryo is the spirit essence avatar of the Azura Sutra's 2nd volume. This avatar has a potent inborn soul force and its potential is limitless. It can seize the good fortune of the world and arouse the jealousy of the great Tao. This avatar can hold life essence and follow the thoughts of the main body. Suddenly, a deep and mysterious voice transmitted from the deepest depths of the dark, sounding out in Lin Ming's consciousness. Lin Ming immediately understood that this was a wisp of thought that the Azura Road Master had left behind in this space. Even after billions of years, it hadn't been extinguished. A portion of these ancient sovereigns' resentment has yet to be melted away. If you wish to completely obtain this divine soul avatar, you must defeat the remaining resentment of these ancient sovereigns. As the voice spoke to hear, it scattered away. He had to wipe out the remaining power of resentment. Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a fighting spirit. Every ancient sovereign had experienced hundreds of millions of years of war and slaughter. Through the endless years, they remained until now, not extinguishing even in this vast space. Just how terrifying had they been? Facing this demon king body that wore a black purple-gold crown in front of him, Lin Ming realized it was formed from the resentment of these ancient sovereigns. Even though it was only a tiny portion of resentment left behind by the remnant souls of these ancient sovereigns, and even though 10 billion years of weakening had passed, they absolutely had to be extremely terrifying existences. However, if he wanted to obtain the acknowledgement of the Azura Road Master as well as this divine soul avatar, this was what he would have to do. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a zealous fighting spirit as he hurtled himself towards that demon king body. Bang! The demon king body's endless demonic energy suddenly rushed into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's eyes turned vacant. Countless black curse seals appeared over his body, as if dark earthworms were wriggling all over him. His two pupils had already become black vortexes, slowly spinning around. Lin Ming's demonic energy soared to the heavens. His body remained motionless. His fists stayed in the center of the divine soul avatar's black fog, like he had turned to stone. But in his mind, Lin Ming had fallen into a strange demonic illusion world. In front of him was an endlessly bleak world, like an eternal twilight was laid out before him. Countless skeletons spread out beneath his feet, each skeleton as large as a mountain. This entire space was filled with a fierce and cruel hostility, thick to the point that one could choke on it. 9 black dragons of different shapes loomed on the horizon, their bodies like mountain ranges, the outline of their figures like grey clouds. Dozens of fierce ancient sovereigns floated in front of Lin Ming, all of them exuding the pressure of a king. Each one had a terrifying aura, able to summon wind and thunder by raising their hands or taking a step. Faint arcs of electricity shimmered in their eyes. Without a word, the 9 black dragons on the horizon as well as the dozens of ancient demon kings all hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming knew that the significance of this battle was monumental. His chest began to burn with a fervid fighting intent. Roar! An azure dragon burst out from Lin Ming's body, rising to the skies. With a phoenix cry, a fire phoenix roiling with flames shot out from Lin Ming's body. 1 dragon, 1 phoenix, they were the true dragon bloodline and fire phoenix bloodline within Lin Ming's body. At this time, in the battle within his consciousness, they manifested into their source spirits. At the same time, the phoenix blood spear in Lin Ming's hand also cried out. Endless raging flames melted onto his body, contouring onto him and forming a suit of flame armor, giving him the feeling of infinite strength. This phoenix blood spear was not the true phoenix blood spear, but the manifestation of the phoenix blood spear's artifact spirit that had yet to truly awaken. Meanwhile, behind Lin Ming, the heretical god tree appeared, its boughs growing into the heavens. This giant tree seemed as if it could tear down the world, emitting the inexhaustible power of the heretical god force. On every leaf, there were tiny fire phoenixes and thunder dragons flying about. This was the spirit of the heretical god tree as well as the auras of fire and thunder heavenly tribulation within Lin Ming's body. As more and more laws appeared like overlapping waves, the momentum of Lin Ming's soul force began to rise without end. As the threatening ancient sovereigns rushed forth, the void split in half and 2 incomparably massive stars appeared. A palace shimmered atop each of these stars, radiating a mystical power. These were the Purple Temple Dao Palace and Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace that Lin Ming had broken through. These 2 Dao Palaces, although they couldn't manifest in the outer world, they had always existed in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, exuding a vast aura of the heavenly Dao. In this sort of soul force collision, the function of the 2 Dao Palaces to strengthen Lin Ming's body wasn't useful at all. However, these 2 Dao Palaces represented the heavenly Dao laws and were more than enough to clash with the residual resentment of these ancient sovereigns. Bang! Bang! The 2 titanic stars gushed with endless starlight, bringing with them the 2 Dao Palaces as they came crashing down. 2 of the mountain range-like black dragons rushed towards Lin Ming's body that was formed from soul force, but were crushed to nothing by these 2 Dao Palaces. Bang! The 2 stars fell onto the earth along with the ruined bodies of those black dragons. Just how immense was the impact of this soul force? Even the dozens of ancient sovereigns, formed by resentment-filled soul force, were struck by the shockwaves. The entire world began to collapse. The world transformed. Lin Ming felt endless waves of soul force swell towards him from all directions, entering his body. A golden sea tumbled beneath him. They had unexpectedly arrived at his sea of consciousness. A battle of soul force was highly risky, as well as incredibly strange. After arriving at his own sea of consciousness, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His body began to grow, his head reaching higher than the clouds as he became even larger than the remnant souls of these ancient sovereigns. He formed fists with his hands and smashed out at one of the ancient sovereigns. The heretical god tree behind Lin Ming also began to move. Every branch emitted strange laws that drilled into the void, sweeping towards those ancient sovereigns. Infinite heavenly tribulation fire gushed out into space, followed by miniature thunder dragons that wove together, forming a mystic thunderfire in space. In that moment, Lin Ming's soul force surged. He began to engage the group of ancient sovereigns in a brutal melee, mercilessly striking them. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.